It had been a long few months working nonstop, barely getting any rest. When the opportunity for a weekend getaway presented itself, I jumped at the chance. I hadn't taken a proper break in years. I was in my early 30s, stressed, overworked, and desperate for a change of scenery. So when my friend Sarah suggested a remote cabin in the woods, I didn't hesitate. Sarah had been to this place before and assured me it was a peaceful escape, something we both needed. She wasn't wrong about the peace and quiet, but it came with something else I wasn't prepared for. We arrived on a Friday evening. The sun was low in the sky, casting a golden glow over the dense forest surrounding the cabin. I could already feel the weight of the world lifting off my shoulders as I stepped out of the car. The air was fresh, the scent of pine and earth filling my lungs as I looked around, taking in the beauty of the wilderness. The cabin sat in a small clearing, its wooden exterior looking a bit worn but cozy. There was something inviting about it, even if it looked like it had seen better days. Sarah and I unloaded our bags, each of us eager to get inside. We hadn't really planned much, just a few days of hiking, reading, and unwinding by the fire. The cabin was simple but well-equipped, with a small kitchen, a living room with an old leather couch, and 2 bedrooms. The bathroom was a bit rustic, but I didn't mind. It felt real, like a step back into nature. That first night, we didn't do much. We settled in, made some sandwiches, and sat by the fire. It wasn't until later, when the sun had fully dipped below the horizon, that things started to feel off. I couldn't put my finger on it at first. The forest was eerily quiet. No birds, no rustling of small animals, just the wind through the trees. The silence felt oppressive, like the woods were holding their breath. But it was probably just my imagination. I didn't have to worry about anything. This was supposed to be a relaxing escape, but that night I didn't sleep well. Every creak of the cabin seemed louder than normal. Every shift of the wind sent shivers down my spine. At one point, I swear I heard a faint knocking at the door, soft but distinct. I froze, listening intently. But then it stopped, and I convinced myself it was just the trees or an animal. There were bears in these woods, after all. Maybe it was just something knocking against the cabin. I tried to ignore it and eventually drifted off to sleep, the heavy silence of the night pressing in around me. The next morning, I woke up with a groggy headache. Sarah was already up, sitting at the kitchen table with a cup of coffee in hand. She didn't seem bothered by the strange sounds from the night before, but I noticed a slight unease in her eyes. She didn't mention it, though, and neither did I. We were here to relax, so I pushed it to the back of my mind. We spent the day hiking the nearby trails. The woods were beautiful, with tall pines towering above us and the ground covered in soft moss and ferns. It was peaceful, just the 2 of us and nature. The further we went, the more I felt myself letting go of all the stress I had brought with me. But that night, as we sat by the fire again, I noticed something strange. The forest outside seemed even quieter than the night before. Not just quiet, but still. There was no breeze, no rustling of leaves, not even the usual hum of insects. It was as if the entire forest had gone completely still, waiting for something. The unease from the previous night crept back, but I tried to brush it off. Sarah seemed to be in the same mood. She kept glancing toward the dark trees, her eyes flicking nervously. I decided it was time to go to bed early, hoping that a good night's sleep would help shake the weird feeling. That night, I woke up to the sound of footsteps outside the cabin. It was faint, barely audible, but it was definitely there. I lay frozen, staring into the darkness of the room, my heart racing. I could hear someone walking around the cabin, moving slowly, deliberately. The footsteps seemed to circle the building. Then, there was a soft scraping noise, like something was being dragged along the side of the cabin. My stomach twisted in knots. I wasn't sure if I was just imagining it, but it didn't feel like I was. I waited for what felt like an eternity, but the footsteps stopped. The silence returned. My mind raced. Was someone out there? I felt like I should go check, but the thought of opening that door into the dark wilderness terrified me. It was far too risky. Whatever was out there, I wasn't prepared to face it. The rest of the night was restless. I tried to convince myself it was just an animal, but deep down, I knew something was off. In the morning, I reluctantly told Sarah about the noises. She listened quietly, her face pale. "I heard something too," she admitted, her voice barely above a whisper. "Last night, just before you woke up, I heard something outside, like someone was moving around the cabin. I thought it was just an animal, but it didn't sound like one." We both fell into a heavy silence, neither of us sure what to do next. We didn't want to leave, but the cabin felt wrong. It was as if the woods themselves were closing in on us. But as crazy as it seemed, I didn't want to jump to conclusions. Maybe it was just an animal. There were plenty of predators around here. We decided to spend the day outside trying to distract ourselves. The woods were still beautiful, but they didn't feel the same anymore. Every snap of a twig, every rustle of leaves sent my heart into overdrive. Felt like something was watching us. I tried to shake the feeling, but it wouldn't go away. The strange events of the past couple of nights had started to wear on both of us. That night, as we sat by the fire again, I noticed something. The usual sound of the wind in the trees had stopped completely. The air was thick with tension. And then I heard it again, the soft scraping noise, but this time it was closer. It sounded like something or someone was moving around the cabin again. My breath caught in my throat. I turned to Sarah. "Did you hear that?" She nodded, her eyes wide. "Yeah, I heard it too." We sat there, frozen, listening intently. The scraping grew louder, moving along the side of the cabin. But this time I didn't hear footsteps. It was as if something was dragging itself along the ground. My pulse raced. It wasn't just an animal. It was something else. We both looked toward the door, the fear settling deep in our chests. We had no idea what to do. Neither of us was brave enough to go outside. I wanted to call the authorities, but I didn't want to overreact. Maybe it was a prank. Maybe someone was just messing with us. But even as I thought that, I couldn't shake the feeling that we weren't alone. We didn't sleep that night. We kept the fire going, sitting together in silence. The sounds outside grew more and more distinct, like something was circling the cabin, waiting. Every so often, we'd hear a soft thud, like something had bumped into the side of the cabin. Then, around 3 a.m., everything went silent. No scraping, no footsteps, no rustling in the trees. Just the oppressive silence of the woods. And that silence felt worse than any noise. In the morning, we decided to leave. There was no way we were staying another night. We packed our things quickly, both of us too anxious to stay any longer. As we drove away, I glanced back at the cabin, now small and distant behind us. I couldn't shake the feeling that something had been watching us, waiting for us to leave. We didn't tell anyone about what happened. It sounded crazy even to us, but every time I think back on that cabin, I wonder, what was out there in the woods? What had been circling the cabin every night? I still don't know the answers, but one thing is certain, I never want to find out. The cabin was never the same after that. When I look back on it now, I wonder if we were the ones being watched all along, or if the cabin had a history of its own that we weren't meant to uncover. Whatever it was, I'm just glad I left before it was too late. And that's the last time I'll ever spend the night in a cabin in the woods. It was late autumn when I decided to take a weekend trip to the old cabin up north. I had always wanted to get away from the hustle of the city, even for just a couple of days. The cabin had been in the family for years, a little place tucked away in a small valley, surrounded by thick woods. I remembered coming up here when I was younger, but it had been a long time. The cabin was simple, rustic even, with peeling wood on the exterior and a porch that creaked under the slightest pressure. But it was perfect for getting away. I'm in my mid-30s now, a little older, a little wiser. I thought it would be a good time to disconnect from everything. The world had been noisy lately. Work was stressful, life was busy, and it just felt like a good moment to get back to something peaceful, even if just for a few days. I had planned to stay alone, partly for the solitude, partly because I didn't want anyone else tagging along. The drive up was longer than I remembered. Maybe it was just the weight of the silence, the roads winding tighter as I got further away from civilization. The trees were changing colors, leaves fluttering in the air, and the air smelled colder, fresh. I had forgotten how quiet it could get out here. When I finally pulled up to the cabin, the sun was low in the sky, casting long shadows across the yard. I could hear the crunch of leaves beneath my boots as I made my way to the front door. The old lock took a little fiddling, but it eventually gave way with a sharp click. The smell of dust hit me immediately when I stepped inside, and the place looked just as I remembered. Furniture draped in sheets, with floors creaking beneath me as I moved further in. There was a fireplace on one side of the room, and the kind of rustic charm that you only find in places forgotten by time. I spent the next hour or so unpacking, setting up a fire in the hearth, and getting the place ready for the night. I made sure the windows were locked and the door secured. The forest outside was darkening quickly, and I knew the temperature would drop even more once the sun fully set. There was a chill in the air, so I lit a candle to add some warmth to the cabin. I didn't plan on doing much for the night, just some reading and maybe a little quiet reflection. It was peaceful for a while, the kind of quiet that almost felt oppressive. The only sounds were the occasional crackling of the fire and the wind rustling the trees outside. The hours drifted by slowly, and before I knew it, the room was dim, the fire dying down to a soft glow. That's when I heard it. A knock. It was faint at first, barely audible. I thought it was just the house settling, the old wood creaking from the cold. But then there was another knock, louder this time. A single, sharp rap that echoed through the stillness of the cabin. I froze. I wasn't expecting anyone, and there wasn't another cabin for miles. The nearest neighbor was over 5 miles away, and the road up here was more of a trail than anything else. The idea of someone out there at this hour was unsettling. The knocking came again, and this time it was followed by a strange scratching noise, like something dragging against the wood. My heart started to race. I wasn't sure what to do. There was no reason anyone should be out here. Maybe it was just an animal, a raccoon or something, but something about it didn't feel right. I walked slowly to the window and peeked through the blinds. Outside, it was just the darkness of the forest. No sign of anyone. I waited for a moment, listening. The house was silent again. No more knocks or scratches. I felt my pulse in my throat, my fingers trembling slightly as I stood there, staring into the pitch black outside. I told myself it was nothing, just an animal or the wind playing tricks on me. But the hairs on the back of my neck were standing up. I felt exposed, vulnerable. Still, I couldn't ignore the nagging feeling that something was wrong. I grabbed a flashlight from my bag, walked over to the door, and cautiously opened it, just a crack. The cool night air rushed in, and I strained to hear anything, voices, movement, anything out of place. But the woods were dead quiet, just the rustle of branches in the wind. I stepped outside, shining the flashlight around the porch, but nothing looked out of the ordinary. The ground was covered in a thick carpet of leaves, and the only sign of movement was a small animal darting through the underbrush. Still, that feeling didn't go away. Something about it didn't sit right. I checked around the perimeter of the cabin, scanning the shadows with the beam of my flashlight. It was clear. Nothing was there. But just as I was turning to go back inside, I heard it again. The soft scrape of something against wood, this time coming from the back of the cabin. I wasn't sure if I should investigate, but the curiosity got the better of me. I moved quickly, my footsteps barely making a sound on the leaves as I crept around the side of the cabin. The back porch was just as dark as the front, the shadows swallowing up the corners. The flashlight flickered for a moment, and I had to smack it a couple of times to get it to work again. When it finally shone steady, I saw something that made my stomach turn. There were marks on the back door, deep gouges in the wood like something or someone had been scraping at it for a long time. The marks were fresh, the wood still splintered from the pressure. My heart skipped a beat, and I backed away from the door, feeling the ground shift under my feet. Then I heard it. Footsteps, slow and deliberate, coming from the forest. My breath caught in my throat, the sound of someone walking in the woods at this time of night. I should have gone inside, locked the door, and waited until morning. But there was this overwhelming need to understand what was happening. The footsteps came closer, and I couldn't help but stand there, frozen. They stopped, and for a moment, there was silence. Then came a voice, muffled and soft, too far away to make out any words, but unmistakable in its intention. I was close to panic now. The shadows in the trees seemed to move, shifting in a way that wasn't natural. I could feel the weight of the darkness pressing in on me. My instincts screamed at me to run, but I couldn't move. And then, as quickly as it had started, the sound of footsteps faded into the distance. I didn't waste any more time. I rushed back inside the cabin, locking the door behind me with shaky hands. I bolted all the windows, grabbed the closest thing to a weapon I could find, an old rusted iron poker from the fireplace, and sat in the corner waiting. The hours dragged on in silence. I tried to convince myself it was just my imagination, a mix of tiredness and isolation getting to me. Maybe it was an animal or someone lost in the woods, just passing through. But as I sat there, the feeling that I wasn't alone never left. Every creak of the cabin, every gust of wind felt like a signal. It was as though something was waiting. Eventually, the night passed without any more incidents. By morning, the sun was up, and the woods outside were bathed in light. I felt like a fool for getting so worked up over nothing. But the marks on the back door didn't disappear. I knew something had been there. I wasn't just imagining it. Before I left that morning, I checked the back door again, the marks still fresh in the wood. I didn't feel the need to investigate further. I got in my car and drove back to the city, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I hadn't been alone that night. As I pulled away from the cabin, I looked back one last time at the dark woods behind me. They stood silent as they always had, but now they felt different, and for the first time in years, I wasn't eager to return. I had never been so relieved to see a cabin in my life. The hike had been tougher than I expected. Maybe it was the fact that I had gone on this solo trip to escape the noise and rush of city life, or maybe it was the long, arduous climb up the mountain that had drained me more than I thought. But as I approached the cabin, tucked away between towering pine trees, I felt an undeniable sense of calm wash over me. It was isolated, remote, and exactly what I needed. I'm not much for big crowds or socializing, so I'd been planning this solo retreat for weeks. The mountain range wasn't popular for tourists, which made it the perfect spot. The cabin was rustic, wooden, and looked like it had been around for decades, but the weathered exterior had a certain charm. The roof had a slight dip in the middle, and the wooden beams were dark with age, but it felt like the kind of place you could relax and unwind in, away from everything. I pulled my backpack off and set it down next to the porch, trying to shake off the exhaustion from the hike. The air was crisp and cold, carrying the scent of pine and damp earth. It had rained a few hours ago, and now the forest was alive with the sound of water dripping from leaves. I pulled out my keys and unlocked the door, pushing it open with a small creak. The inside was dark but smelled like old wood and earth, exactly what I imagined it would be like. There was no modern furniture here, just a large stone fireplace, an old leather couch that looked like it had seen better days, and a wooden table with mismatched chairs. The small kitchen area had a propane stove and a sink with a couple of dirty dishes left behind by whoever stayed here last. I didn't mind. I wasn't here to be pampered. I was here to get away, to reset, and to enjoy the solitude. I started a fire in the fireplace, watching the logs crackle as the flames grew. The warmth from the fire made the cabin feel cozier, but the chill in the air outside reminded me that I was far from civilization. I liked it that way. As the fire burned, I unpacked my bag, taking out my food and water, and setting up my gear for the next few days. The plan was simple. Stay here for a few nights, hike a little, read a lot, and let the silence of the mountains do its work. I wasn't planning on seeing anyone for days. That night, after a simple dinner of canned chili and a warm mug of coffee, I settled into the couch by the fire with a book. The rain had stopped, and the night was quiet. There were no sounds of cars or people, just the occasional rustling of leaves outside as a gentle breeze moved through the trees. It was peaceful, more peaceful than I'd felt in years. But as the hours passed, I started to feel a strange unease settle over me. It wasn't anything overt, nothing I could pinpoint, but there was a tension in the air. I tried to ignore it, telling myself it was just the silence and the isolation getting to me. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. I glanced over at the window. The glass was fogged up from the warmth inside and the cold outside, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. I stared out for a moment, waiting for my eyes to adjust to the darkness, but saw nothing, just the black outlines of trees against the starless sky. I let out a breath, standing up to grab another log for the fire. Then I heard it, a soft tapping like someone was tapping on the window. It was faint, almost imperceptible, but it was there. My heart skipped a beat, and I froze. I didn't want to believe it. The tapping wasn't loud enough to be a person, not unless they were standing outside the window and knocking with their fingers. And why would anyone be out there at this hour, in the cold? I slowly walked toward the window, my breath shallow. I peered out, but the darkness outside swallowed everything. The trees stood motionless in the night. The tapping stopped. I felt foolish standing there, staring into the blackness. There was no one out there. I was just tired, that's all. I turned around, shaking it off, but then the tapping came again. Louder this time. It was coming from the back of the cabin. My blood ran cold. I didn't want to check. I really didn't, but I had to. I had come up here alone, after all. No one else was here. I slowly, cautiously moved toward the back door, my feet dragging across the wooden floor. Every step felt heavy, like I was walking through thick mud. I reached the door and slowly, silently, cracked it open, staring into the night. Nothing. I stepped outside, the air colder than before. My breath came out in puffs, and I could hear the crackling of the fire from inside the cabin. The darkness felt deeper out here. The trees loomed like silent sentinels, their branches swaying gently in the wind. I checked around the cabin, but there was no one, just the faint sound of the wind moving through the pines. I felt stupid. My heart was still pounding, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. I stepped back inside, locking the door behind me. The rest of the night passed in a strange, quiet tension. I stayed by the fire, forcing myself to read and ignore the nagging feeling at the back of my mind. When I finally went to bed, I had trouble falling asleep. I kept hearing noises outside, branches snapping, twigs crunching. But when I checked the windows, there was nothing there, just darkness. I've always been the type to enjoy peace and solitude, especially after a long year of work and stress. That's why, when I found an old, secluded cabin for rent deep in the woods, I thought it would be the perfect place to unwind. It wasn't luxurious, just a small one-bedroom cabin with a fireplace, a kitchen, and a decent view of the surrounding forest. I was 34 at the time, living in a noisy city where I could never truly escape the hustle and bustle. So, when I saw the cabin listed on a website, I knew I had to take the opportunity. The cabin was located about 15 miles from the nearest town. There was no cell service, no Wi-Fi, and no other people for miles around. It felt like the kind of place you could disappear into, where you could be alone with your thoughts and the sounds of nature. Perfect, right? I arrived on a crisp October afternoon, the kind of day where the air had that cold bite to it, but the sun was still shining through the trees. The driveway leading up to the cabin was narrow and overgrown, the kind you'd barely notice unless you were looking for it. The trees were thick, their leaves just starting to turn orange and red, creating a vibrant canopy above me as I drove. The silence was almost eerie, broken only by the crunch of gravel under my tires and the occasional bird call. The cabin itself was small, made of weathered wood that looked like it had been there for decades. It had a charm to it, though, with a large front porch and a chimney that I could already tell would be perfect for a fire. I parked my car, grabbed my bags, and headed inside. The interior was cozy, but it immediately struck me as, well, old. The furniture was simple but sturdy, and there was a slight musty smell in the air, as if the place hadn't been used much lately. I didn't mind. It just made it feel more authentic. I set down my bags, started a fire in the fireplace, and opened a bottle of wine I had brought along with me. The sun was setting, casting long shadows across the room, and I felt that familiar peace settle over me. The first night passed without incident. I cooked a simple dinner, read a book by the fire, and went to bed early. The bed was comfortable, and I fell asleep quickly, the soft sound of the wind rustling the leaves outside lulling me into a deep sleep. But the next morning, I woke up to something strange. It was still dark when I opened my eyes, but I could hear something outside. It wasn't an animal or the wind. It was a faint, rhythmic sound, almost like a thud. It wasn't very loud, but it was persistent, and it was coming from the direction of the woods behind the cabin. I tried to shake it off, telling myself it was just the wind or maybe a tree branch tapping against the cabin. But it didn't stop. I decided to ignore it and go back to sleep, but as soon as I lay back down, the sound grew louder. I could hear it clearly now, coming from the trees. Thud, thud, thud. I sat up in bed, confused and uneasy. It wasn't an animal, and it wasn't something I could explain away easily. The rhythm was too deliberate, too steady. I glanced around the cabin, trying to convince myself it was just my imagination running wild. But there was something about it that felt off. I waited a few minutes, hoping it would stop, but it didn't. Slowly, I got out of bed, pulled on a jacket, and grabbed a flashlight from my bag. The cabin was so dark without the fire, the only light coming from the faint glow of the moon outside. I stepped cautiously onto the porch and stood still for a moment, listening. Thud, thud, thud. It was coming from the woods behind the cabin, and it sounded closer now. The hair on the back of my neck stood up. I didn't know what to do. The logical part of my brain told me it was probably an animal, maybe a bear or a deer. But the other part of me, something primal and deep, knew that wasn't the case. This sound wasn't natural. I shone the flashlight toward the woods, but the beam only cut through the darkness for a few feet. I couldn't see anything beyond that. The thudding continued, now much closer. I took a step toward the edge of the porch, my heart pounding in my chest. The air was colder now, the wind picking up just a little. Then suddenly the thud stopped. Complete silence. I stood frozen, the beam of the flashlight shaking in my hand. I waited for what felt like an eternity, but nothing happened. The woods were still. Not a sound, not a movement. I turned back toward the cabin, my mind racing. There was no explanation for what I had just heard. Nothing in the woods made that kind of noise. I went back inside and locked the door, feeling a strange sense of unease crawl over me. I convinced myself that it had just been some animal, but deep down I wasn't sure. The rest of the day passed uneventfully. I spent time reading and wandering the property, trying to shake off the feeling that something was wrong. The thudding sound didn't return, and I almost convinced myself that I had imagined it. But every time I thought about it, the unease returned. By nightfall, I had almost forgotten about it. I made another fire, had a light dinner, and settled down on the couch to relax. But as the night wore on, I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. It was like someone or something was out there watching me. I tried to push the thought away, but it clung to me. I decided to take a walk around the cabin, hoping the fresh air would clear my head. I grabbed my flashlight and stepped outside, the cold air biting at my face. The woods were silent now, too silent. The only sound was the crunch of leaves beneath my feet as I walked around the cabin. Then I heard it again, a soft, distant sound. Thud, thud, thud. I froze. It was coming from the same place as before, just beyond the tree line. The rhythmic pounding was unmistakable. But this time, I knew something was different. I wasn't imagining it. I wasn't alone. Without thinking, I bolted back toward the cabin, heart racing. The thudding grew louder as I approached the door. I was almost there when the sound suddenly stopped again. I slammed the door shut behind me, locking it and pressing my back against it, trying to catch my breath. I didn't know what to do. Who could be out there? The thought of someone else in those woods, so far from civilization, sent chills down my spine. I could feel my mind starting to spiral. I checked the windows, the door, every corner of the cabin, but there was no sign of anyone. I felt like I was losing my mind. The rest of the night was restless. Every little sound made me jump, and I hardly slept at all. When morning finally came, I decided to leave. I packed up my things quickly, not wanting to waste any more time in that cabin, and drove away without looking back. I didn't tell anyone about what happened at the cabin. Not right away. It sounded crazy. Who would believe me? But I couldn't shake the feeling that something was out there, something I couldn't explain. I don't know if I'll ever go back to that place, but one thing is for sure. I'll never forget the sound. The rhythmic thudding that haunted me long after I left. It was real. Whatever it was real. And to this day, I still don't know who or what it was. I rented the cabin in October of 2019. I had just turned 38, and I needed a break from everything. Life back in Columbus had been dragging me down. Too many emails, too many people talking, too many lights, too many screens. I hadn't taken more than a 3-day weekend in almost 4 years. I felt like I was coming apart in slow motion, like one of those ropes that starts fraying strand by strand. The cabin was in a quiet part of northern Michigan, somewhere between Grayling and Alpena. I don't even remember the closest town, just that it was about 20 minutes to the nearest gas station and maybe 35 to a grocery store. I had found it on a website for long-term cabin rentals. It was listed under the name Birch Hollow. The listing showed a 1-story wooden structure with green shutters and a wraparound porch, sitting in front of a thick line of birch and maple trees. I booked it for 3 weeks. I packed up my Jeep with just the basics, 2 suitcases of clothes, my laptop, some basic tools, and enough food for the first few days. I figured I'd drive into town once a week to restock. I also brought a 9mm pistol I kept locked in a hard case. It wasn't something I advertised, but I liked knowing it was there, just in case. The drive up took about 7 hours. I didn't rush. I kept the radio off for most of it, just rolling through the empty highways, my thoughts going quiet the farther I got from the city. I reached the cabin a little before sunset on a Sunday. The trees were just starting to turn. The air was crisp and smelled like pine and fallen leaves. The cabin looked just like it had in the pictures. The paint was a little more faded, and the porch had some moss growing between the boards, but otherwise, it looked solid. I walked around the outside once before unloading anything, just to get a feel for the place. There were no neighbors in sight. The only other structure was a little shed maybe 30 yards from the cabin, half hidden by brush. Inside, the cabin was simple. 1 bedroom, 1 bathroom, a small kitchen with an old gas stove, and a living room with a couch, a recliner, and a wood-burning stove. There was no Wi-Fi, and the cell service dropped off completely about 5 minutes before I arrived. I felt it right away, like something had loosened in my chest. I could breathe again. The first week passed quietly. I slept in late, hiked around the property, and read paperbacks I hadn't touched in years. The forest behind the cabin stretched for miles. On the 3rd day, I followed a game trail for nearly 2 hours and still didn't hit a fence or road. It was all trees, deadfall, and quiet. The kind of quiet you forget exists when you live in the city. There were noises at night. Wind, branches shifting, the occasional coyote howling in the distance, but nothing that made me uneasy. I started chopping wood and stacking it by the door. I cooked on the old stove, sometimes over the fire pit out back. By the 6th day, I didn't feel like I was on a trip anymore. I felt like I belonged there. Then, near the end of that first week, I found something in the woods. I had taken to hiking in the afternoons after lunch. I'd throw on a flannel shirt, grab a thermos of coffee, and wander without any real direction. On this particular day, I went farther west than I had before. I wasn't following a trail, just weaving between the trees and stepping over logs. The ground was soft with leaves, and it hadn't rained in a few days, so everything was dry and quiet. I came across what looked like the remains of an old deer blind. It was maybe 8 feet off the ground, up in a tree that had grown at a weird slant. The wood was gray and cracked, and most of it had rotted through. I could see rusted nails sticking out in strange places. Someone had tried to build a platform up there a long time ago, and nature had done its best to erase it. I walked around the base of the tree and found a rusted tin coffee can half buried in the leaves. Inside were 3 empty shotgun shells and a handful of cigarette butts so old the filters were almost yellowed to dust. It looked like someone had sat out there for long hours, waiting, maybe hunting, maybe just watching. I don't know why, but it made me feel uneasy. Not scared exactly, just off balance. I left the blind and circled back toward the cabin. The next few days were colder. I started wearing gloves on my hikes and lit the stove at night to keep warm. I didn't see any more signs of hunters or old camps, but I did start noticing something strange. Every morning, when I'd step out to grab more firewood or take a walk, I'd find small changes in the area right around the cabin. One day, I found a pile of stones stacked carefully on the edge of the path leading to the shed. There had been nothing there the day before. Another morning, I found a birch branch leaned up against the side of the cabin door, like someone had set it there deliberately. It wasn't broken or fallen from above. It was placed. At first, I thought it might have been animals, but animals don't stack rocks, and they don't lean branches in neat arrangements. I wondered if someone was messing with me, a hunter maybe, or a local kid, but I hadn't seen a single other person since I'd arrived. I hadn't even heard a car go by in over a week. I started locking the cabin at night. I hadn't bothered before, but now I double-checked the windows and kept the pistol on the table by the bed. I didn't load it, but I kept the magazine nearby. One night, around 2 in the morning, I heard something move outside. Not the wind, not an animal. It was footsteps. Slow, measured steps across the gravel and leaves just beyond the porch. I sat up in bed and held my breath. The footsteps stopped after a minute, and I didn't hear anything else for the rest of the night. The next morning, I found another pile of stones near the porch steps. Smaller this time, 5 little stones stacked in a straight column. That's when I loaded the pistol. The fear crept in slowly. I didn't want to leave right away. I told myself it was just my imagination, or maybe an animal doing something weird. I told myself I was being paranoid, but I stopped hiking as far. I stayed closer to the cabin. I started carrying the pistol in a holster when I walked the trail. And every day I found some small sign, something placed, something moved. Once I found a feather stuck into the crack of a porch post, perfectly upright. 2 weeks in, I found tracks in the soft ground behind the cabin. Bare feet, human, no shoes, no socks, just the shape of soles and toes pressed into the dirt. They led from the edge of the woods to the back of the cabin and then disappeared. I almost packed up that day, but something about leaving made me feel worse. Like if I left, I'd be running from something I didn't understand. I decided to stay, just 1 more week. That's all I told myself. On the 17th night, something tried the door. It was just after midnight. I had killed the lights and was reading by lantern. I heard a sharp metallic sound, then another. The handle on the front door rattled twice. Not hard, but enough to make my heart freeze. I stood up slowly and reached for the pistol. The handle didn't move again, and the door stayed shut. I moved quietly to the window and looked out. I didn't see anything, just the edge of the porch, the trees in the distance, and darkness. I sat up for the rest of the night, the pistol in my lap. By morning, I had made up my mind. I was leaving. I packed everything I could fit in the Jeep, left the perishables behind, and didn't even sweep the floor. I locked the door behind me, even though I knew it didn't matter anymore. But as I pulled down the gravel drive, I saw something I hadn't noticed before. At the edge of the trees, just before the road turned, there was a small wooden stake in the ground. It was painted red at the tip. I stopped the Jeep and got out. Beside the stake was a small square cut into the dirt, about 3 feet by 3 feet. The earth inside had been recently turned. Fresh soil. It wasn't there when I arrived. I didn't check what was under it. I didn't want to know. I got back in the Jeep and drove until I hit the highway. I didn't stop until I reached a gas station outside Gaylord. I filled up, sat in the car, and called the owner of the cabin from a payphone. I told her there was something wrong with the place. I didn't give details. She didn't ask any. I never went back. 2 weeks later, I looked up the property online. The listing was gone. I don't know who was in those woods. I don't know why they never showed themselves or what the stacks of rocks and feathers meant. I don't know what they buried behind the cabin. but I know what I felt, and I know I'll never go that deep into the woods alone again. The year was 2019. I was 33, burned out from back-to-back projects, long meetings, and that never-ending pressure to stay reachable at all hours. I worked in a software firm in Seattle handling back-end systems and cloud migrations, and by late September, I felt like I hadn't had a real breath of fresh air in years. I wanted silence, fresh mountain air, and just to be offline for a few days. No phone, no internet, no people. A guy I used to know from college, Marcus, had mentioned an old family cabin his dad owned up in the northern Cascades, near a town called Mazama. Said it was falling apart but had running water and basic heat. No cell signal, no Wi-Fi, no TV. Sounded perfect. I texted him and he said I could stay for free if I left it the way I found it. Gave me directions, told me where the key would be, and that was it. No drama. I left early on a Thursday morning in mid-October. The drive was beautiful. The farther I got from the city, the more I could feel my shoulders unclench. Leaves were turning bright orange and red. The air smelled like pine and cold water, and the roads were nearly empty. By noon, I was deep in the woods. Eventually, I turned off onto a dirt road that led deeper into the hills. The road narrowed until tree branches scraped against both sides of the SUV. I followed the directions carefully, watching for the rock outcropping Marcus had mentioned, then turned left at a barely visible trail that curved up a small ridge. At the top, there it was, the cabin. It looked like it hadn't been touched in years. A small, single-level wooden structure with dark green trim, a tin roof, and a wraparound porch sagging on one side. There was no driveway, just some flattened weeds and gravel. The woods around it were thick and dark. The trees packed so close you could hardly see past 20 feet in any direction. I stepped out, stretched my back, and took a deep breath. The air was cold, crisp, and dead quiet. No engines, no phones, no voices. I found the key exactly where Marcus said it would be, in a rusted tin can under a loose board on the porch. The front door groaned open and hit something on the floor. I looked down and saw an old duffel bag sitting just inside. I thought maybe Marcus or someone else had forgotten it there. I set it aside, stepped inside, and took a look around. The interior was small and musty. One main room with a couch, a chair, a stone fireplace, and a tiny kitchen in the corner with a propane stove. There was a bedroom to the left with a narrow bed and some shelves. Everything was covered in dust, but it looked intact. No mold, no damage, no animals inside. The windows were small and had curtains made of heavy canvas. The only light came from the open door and a couple of dusty skylights. It was quiet, eerily so. I unpacked slowly, wiping things down as I went. I set up my sleeping bag on the bed, lit a few candles I brought, and tried out the heater. It worked. It was old and loud, but pushed out warm air. There was a woodpile out back and a hand axe for the fireplace. Everything I needed. I almost forgot about the duffel bag. After unpacking, I sat on the couch and pulled it closer. It was heavy and had no name on it. I opened it up. Inside were a few wrinkled clothes, an old toothbrush, some canned food, and a journal. The pages were full of messy handwriting, but I didn't want to read someone else's stuff. I figured someone had squatted here at some point and forgot it. Or maybe Marcus hadn't been up here in longer than he thought. That first night was calm. Cold, but calm. I chopped a little wood, built a fire, made some ramen on the stove, and read by candlelight. No sounds outside. No wind, no animals. Nothing. I slept surprisingly well, with the fire dying low in the hearth. The next morning, I woke up around 7. It was still dim inside, and I had to pee badly. I pulled on my boots and stepped out into the morning chill. The forest smelled different, wet and sharp. I walked around to the back of the cabin where the outhouse was. As I passed the sidewall, I stopped. There were boot prints in the dirt. Not mine. I checked my own. These were wider, heavier, and led up to one of the side windows. They weren't there yesterday. I followed them back. They came from the tree line, then returned the same way. My heart started to beat faster, but I told myself it could have been me the day before. Maybe I didn't notice. I was tired. Still, something felt off. After using the outhouse, I walked into the woods about 50 yards and looked around. Nothing, just dense trees and silence. The forest felt too quiet. No birds, no squirrels, not even wind through the leaves. I stood still for a while, but there was nothing. Eventually, I went back inside, made some instant coffee, and tried to brush off the weird feeling. Later that day, I walked around the area. I found a small trail that led up to a ridge behind the cabin. Took about 20 minutes to hike up, and the view from the top was stunning. Rolling mountains, red and orange trees, low clouds hugging the valleys. I sat there for a while, breathing it in, then headed back before the sun dipped too low. That night, I lit another fire and read more. I had no phone service, no music, and the only sound was the crackle of the logs. I actually liked it. Around 10, I crawled into bed, tired and warm, and let myself drift off. I woke up around 2 a.m. There was a sound barely there, a soft creak like a board shifting under weight. I held my breath, came again, then silence. I slowly sat up and listened. Nothing. The fire had gone out, and the room was cold. I waited, heart thudding. After a few minutes, I told myself it was the cabin settling or maybe an animal on the roof. Eventually, I fell back asleep, but not deeply. In the morning, I checked around the cabin. Nothing seemed touched. No new tracks, no signs of animals. I told myself it was in my head. I needed this break, and I wasn't going to ruin it over some noises in the night. I spent the third day chopping wood, reading, and cooking simple meals. I tried the trail again, but stopped halfway. There was a fresh print in the dirt, deeper than mine, pointed downhill. I hadn't seen it yesterday. I crouched and looked at it closely. It was the same type I saw by the window. Wide, heavy tread, deep heel. I stood there for a while, eyes on the trees. Again, the woods were dead silent. That night, I barely slept. I kept the fire going late, sitting in the armchair, listening. Around 1 a.m., I heard it again. Soft steps outside. Not on the porch. Out near the trees. I froze. There was a faint crack of a twig. Then nothing. I didn't move. I sat there for hours, barely blinking. No more sounds. Eventually, I nodded off in the chair just before dawn. When I went outside that morning, I found something new. Near the back corner of the cabin, someone had placed a pile of small rocks in a neat stack, 6 of them, perfectly balanced, right below my bedroom window. That was it. I decided I was leaving the next day. I started packing everything, rechecked the car, and made sure I knew the way back down. I didn't have any proof, no photos, no damage, but my gut was screaming. Someone had been watching me since I got there. That night, I didn't light a fire. I left the place cold and dark. I sat in the corner with a flashlight and my car keys in my hand. Around midnight, I heard it again. Footsteps on the porch. Slow, deliberate. I didn't breathe. The door handle turned just a little, then stopped, then silence. I stayed there until the sun rose. When I stepped out the next morning, I saw muddy footprints on the porch. Big ones. They led away into the woods. I didn't wait. I grabbed my stuff, locked the door, and hiked back to the SUV. The whole drive down, I kept looking in the mirror. I never saw anyone, but I felt them, watching. I never told Marcus. I didn't want him to think I was making it up, but I've never gone back there. I never even drive past that part of the state anymore. Sometimes, at night, I think about that duffel bag. The food inside wasn't expired. The toothbrush was used. And the last few pages of the journal, I eventually read them. Just one sentence written over and over. I've been planning this trip for months, a week alone, to get away from the constant noise and pressure of everyday life. No distractions, no work emails, just silence and the vastness of nature. I found an old, secluded cabin deep in the woods, far from the nearest town. It wasn't fancy by any means, just a simple structure with a single room, a wood-burning stove, and a porch that looked out into the thick forest. I was excited, in need of a break, and eager to experience something that felt closer to the world as it had been before everything became so complicated. The cabin was located on the edge of a small mountain range, somewhere in the northern part of the state. It was mid-October, so I knew I'd be dealing with some cold nights, but that was fine with me. The idea of curling up with a book and a warm drink, watching the world outside turn from green to the colors of autumn, seemed perfect. I hadn't been camping in a while, let alone staying in a cabin, so it felt like a good opportunity to reconnect with myself and nature. When I first arrived, it felt exactly as I imagined. Isolated, peaceful, and a bit eerie. The road leading up to the cabin was narrow and winding, the trees towering on either side like dark sentinels. I could tell the cabin hadn't been used much recently. The wooden steps were creaky and the porch was overrun with leaves, but there was a certain charm to it, an old-world feel that made it feel like a hidden gem. I unpacked my things quickly, eager to explore. The cabin itself had a small kitchen with a wood stove, a table in the center of the room, and a couch by the window. There was a loft for sleeping, and I made my way up to it, spreading my things out. I set up my book and journal on the small table by the window, then took a few deep breaths, appreciating the stillness of the place. I could hear the wind rustling the leaves outside and the occasional call of a bird. That first night, I didn't think much of the creaks and groans of the wood. It was an old building, after all. But as the night wore on, the sounds seemed to grow louder, more insistent. I chalked it up to the shifting of the wood as the temperature dropped. The fire in the stove crackled and popped, its warmth a comfort against the cold that seeped in through the walls. I woke up in the middle of the night, disoriented. The wind had picked up, howling outside, and the cabin seemed to shake with each gust. I sat up, listening. For a moment, I thought I heard something else. Something not quite the wind, but a faint tapping, almost like the sound of something knocking against the window. I tried to ignore it, telling myself it was just the storm, but the sound persisted, growing louder, more deliberate. My heart rate quickened as I stood up and walked to the window. I pulled aside the thick curtains and peered out into the dark. There was nothing, just the empty expanse of trees swaying in the wind. I shook my head, trying to convince myself it was just my imagination. But the sound didn't stop. It continued, growing in intensity, almost as if something was trying to get inside. I could feel a knot forming in my stomach. I knew I should have checked the door before going to bed, but I had been too tired. My mind raced with all sorts of wild possibilities. An animal, someone messing with me, or worse, someone who didn't belong here at all. I slowly approached the door, heart pounding. I checked the lock secure. Everything seemed fine, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. I listened again, but the tapping had stopped. Relief washed over me, but it didn't last long. I crawled back into bed, but sleep wouldn't come. Every little noise made me jump, and my eyes kept darting to the window, waiting for something to appear. The next day, I tried to push it out of my mind. The weather had calmed, and the sun was out, casting a soft light across the forest. I went for a long hike, exploring the surrounding trails, trying to lose myself in the beauty of the landscape. The fall colors were breathtaking, reds, oranges, and yellows against the backdrop of the mountain range. It was peaceful and quiet, and by the time I returned to the cabin, I had almost forgotten about the strange night. I spent the afternoon reading, the flickering of the fire the only sound in the cabin. But as night fell, I couldn't help but feel a growing unease. The tapping from the night before had shaken me more than I wanted to admit. I knew it had to be the wind, or maybe a branch knocking against the window, but deep down, I felt like something wasn't right. That night, I made sure to lock every door and window, double-checking that everything was secure. The wind was picking up again, and the temperature had dropped significantly. I sat in front of the fire, listening to its crackles and pops, but I kept hearing the same strange sound, the tapping. This time, it wasn't just at the window, it was coming from the roof as well. I stood up, heart racing, and walked to the door. I opened it cautiously and stepped out onto the porch. The wind was cold, biting at my skin. The porch light cast an eerie glow on the forest around me, but everything appeared still. There was no one in sight, and nothing seemed out of place. I stood there for a moment, taking in the night air, and then turned to go back inside. That's when I saw something. In the distance, just beyond the tree line, there was a faint glow, a light moving through the trees. I froze. My first thought was that someone was out there, maybe another hiker or a camper, but the light was moving strangely, swaying back and forth in a way that didn't seem natural. It flickered in and out of view as if someone were walking, but then it disappeared entirely. I didn't want to believe it, but I couldn't ignore the knot in my stomach. I went back inside and bolted the door. My mind raced. Who could it have been? I had barely seen anyone on the hike earlier, and no one else was supposed to be in the area. I told myself it was just my nerves, but I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching. The night dragged on in silence. I couldn't sleep, and when I finally did, it was restless. I woke several times, my mind filled with thoughts of the figure in the trees. The next morning, I was exhausted. I went through the motions of making breakfast, but I couldn't focus. I kept feeling like I wasn't alone. The feeling was creeping up on me, like someone was lurking just out of sight. I decided to check the area around the cabin. I went outside with a pair of binoculars, scanning the tree line for any sign of movement. After a while, I noticed something, a faint trail of footprints in the dirt near the porch. The prints were fresh, though the person had clearly tried to stay off the main path, walking just at the edge of the trees. My heart skipped a beat. The footprints were too small to be mine. I was certain that I had been alone since arriving. Panic started to set in. Who had been out there? Had they seen me the night before? The realization hit me like a punch to the gut. I wasn't alone. I quickly went back inside, locking all the doors and windows. Hours passed, and I stayed inside the cabin, my nerves fraying with each passing minute. The tapping returned, louder this time and more insistent. It wasn't just at the window, it was coming from all sides. My thoughts spiraled. I wanted to leave, but something told me I couldn't. Whoever was out there, they would know I was trying to escape. The day stretched into evening, and I prepared myself for another sleepless night. The wind howled again, and the tapping began once more. But this time, I heard something different. A voice. It was muffled, distant, but unmistakable. Someone was out there, calling out, as if they were trying to get my attention. I waited, holding my breath. The voice came closer. Then, everything stopped. The forest went silent. I knew I had to act. With my heart pounding, I grabbed the flashlight, turned it on, and stepped outside. The night air was cold, and my breath came in sharp gasps as I scanned the forest. Nothing. There was no one there, but I knew what I had to do now. I ran to the car, started the engine, and drove away from the cabin as fast as I could. I didn't look back. When I reached the nearest town, I called the authorities. They found no evidence of anyone else being in the area, no signs of anyone tampering with the cabin or leaving any trace behind. But I knew what I'd heard, what I'd felt. I never went back to that cabin. The peace I had sought had turned into something far darker, something I couldn't explain. The memory of those nights, of that voice in the woods, stayed with me. It was a reminder that, sometimes, being alone isn't always as peaceful as it seems. I was 31 when I decided to take a break from everything. I'd been working at the same construction company in Billings, Montana since I was 20, and after more than a decade of nonstop grinding, back pain, and missed holidays, I was burned out. I didn't tell anyone the full reason. I just said I needed some air, maybe a bit of peace. Truth was, I needed to get out before I completely lost my grip. It was early October 2019. The nights had just started to cool, and the trees around the Beartooth Mountains were turning bright orange and red. I found a small cabin about 2 hours south of Red Lodge, tucked into the hills on the edge of national forest land. It had no neighbors in sight. There was a rough dirt road that led to it, but no one really used it. It was owned by an older guy who lived down in Cody. He said he didn't use it much, and if I wanted it for a month, I could have it cheap. I wired him the money and took a week off work. I packed up my old Chevy Tahoe with enough groceries for 2 weeks, A few boxes of firewood, my rifle, a couple books, and a case of beer. I wanted nothing but quiet. The first few days were perfect. The air was cool but not cold, and the days were warm enough to sit on the porch with a jacket. The cabin was old but solid. It had a wood stove, a propane stove and fridge, and a big water tank that gravity fed into the sink and shower. No electricity, no signal. The first night, I fell asleep by the fire with a book on my chest and didn't wake up until the sun came through the window. I hadn't slept that well in years. The third day, I went for a hike. There was a trail behind the cabin that went up the ridge. It wasn't marked, just a faint path through the trees and brush. I followed it for about an hour before it leveled out at a spot with a view of the whole valley. From up there, I could barely see the roof of the cabin through the trees. I sat down on a rock and listened to the wind blow through the pines. I don't know how long I stayed there, maybe an hour, maybe two. When I got back, the light was starting to fade. That was the first time I had the thought. The ridge. If someone wanted to watch the cabin, that'd be the spot. You could see everything from up there, who came in or out, when the lights went off, when someone left the porch. I didn't think much of it at the time, but it stuck with me for some reason. That night, I woke up around 3 a.m. I wasn't sure why. It wasn't a sound that woke me. At least I don't think it was. Just that sudden, alert feeling like something wasn't right. The fire had burned down low, and the cabin was cold. I got up, threw on a jacket, and opened the door to grab more wood. That's when I felt it. Not saw it, not heard it, just felt it, like I wasn't alone out there. The porch light was just a solar lantern, so it didn't cast far. The woods were pitch black beyond the edge of the yard. I stood there for a minute trying to shake it off. There was no reason to be scared. I was miles from anyone. No one even knew I was here except the guy who owned the place. I grabbed the wood, went back inside, and locked the door behind me. I didn't sleep much the rest of the night. The next morning, I made coffee and tried to shake the feeling. I told myself it was nothing, probably just the wind or some animal. But when I went outside, I noticed something strange. There were boot prints near the edge of the yard. Not mine. They came in from the woods and stopped near the shed, then turned around and went back the way they came. The dirt was soft, and the prints were clear. They were big, maybe a size 12 or 13. Why 2? I wear a 10. These weren't mine, and they weren't old. I would have seen them the day before. I stood there staring at them for a long time. My first thought was maybe a hunter, but this was private land, and there were no trucks or quads around. The nearest neighbor was miles away. I checked the shed. Nothing missing. Nothing moved. That afternoon, I hiked back up to the ridge. I don't know what I was looking for. Just wanted to see it again, maybe get some perspective. The trail looked the same. Nothing disturbed. But when I got to the top, I noticed something that hadn't been there before. A cigarette butt. Still fresh. Still smelled like smoke. I don't smoke. I hadn't had a cigarette in years. There were no trash cans up there, no signs of camping. Just that single but sitting near the edge of the overlook, where someone had stood to watch the cabin. I went back down fast. That night, I kept the fire going and sat in the chair by the window with my rifle on my lap. I felt stupid, paranoid, but I couldn't ignore it anymore. Someone had been near the cabin, maybe even watching it, and I had no way to call for help. No cell signal, no landline. If I wanted to leave, I'd have to drive back down the mountain in the dark. I didn't sleep at all that night. I sat there listening to every creak and groan of the cabin. Around 2 or 3 in the morning, I thought I heard something outside, just a faint crunch like a boot on dirt. I didn't move. I just sat there, holding my breath. Then nothing. Silence again. At dawn, I went outside. The air was freezing. I walked the edge of the yard, looking for prints, but I didn't see anything new. I walked over to the trail again, thinking maybe I'd imagine the sound. Maybe it was just an animal. But halfway up the trail, I found a fresh boot print. Same size, same tread, still crisp in the dirt. It hadn't been there the day before. I turned around and went straight back to the cabin. I packed up everything I could fit in the truck. I wasn't going to wait around to find out who the hell was out there. I left the rest behind, some food, some firewood. I didn't care. But when I turned the key in the ignition, the engine wouldn't start. Clicked once, then nothing. I tried again. Click, nothing. I popped the hood and stared at the engine. I'm no mechanic, but everything looked fine. I checked the battery cables. They were tight, no corrosion. But then I noticed something. The negative cable had been cut, clean straight through. Someone had done it with a knife or a pair of cutters. While I was sleeping, they had walked right up to the truck, popped the hood, and cut the cable without me hearing a thing. I ran back into the cabin and locked the door. My hands were shaking. I didn't know what to do. I still had food and water, but if someone wanted to mess with me, they already had the upper hand. They could come back any night. They could do worse. I didn't sleep for the next 2 nights. I kept the fire low so the smoke wouldn't give me away. I sat by the window with my rifle, listening, waiting. I never saw anyone, but I knew they were out there. I could feel it. On the 4th day, I decided I had to leave. I couldn't fix the truck without a new cable, and there was no way to call for help. The only choice was to hike out. I figured the road was about 12 miles down to the highway. It would take me all day, but I could make it. I packed a bag with water, jerky, and a flashlight. I left everything else behind. I locked the cabin one last time and started walking. I didn't even get a mile before I found the trap. It was just off the road, hidden in the brush. A wire stretched between 2 trees, about chest height, almost invisible. If I'd been walking a little faster, I would have hit it. It was rigged to a pile of logs stacked up on the side of the hill, like a deadfall. If I triggered the wire, the logs would have rolled down and crushed me. Someone had built it recently. The dirt under the logs was still soft. That's when I realized this wasn't just someone messing around. Whoever it was didn't want me leaving. I cut the wire, stepped around it, and kept moving. I stayed off the road after that, walking through the trees. Slower, harder, but safer. I stopped every 100 yards to listen. I didn't see or hear anyone, but I knew they were there, watching, following. I could feel eyes on me the whole time. It took me almost 10 hours to reach the highway. When I finally saw the blacktop through the trees, I almost cried. I flagged down the first car I saw, an old rancher in a beat-up Ford. He looked at me like I was crazy, but he gave me a ride into town. I told the sheriff what happened, showed him where the cabin was on the map. I told him about the boot prints, the cigarette butt, the wire trap. He took notes and said he'd send someone to check it out. That was the last I ever heard. No one followed up. No one called. A week later, I went back with a tow truck to get the Tahoe. The sheriff sent a deputy to go with us. When we got there, the cabin was locked, just like I'd left it, but the footprints were gone. The trap was gone. Even the cigarette butt was gone. Whoever it was had cleaned up. The deputy said there wasn't much they could do. No proof of anything. No names. No suspect. Just some strange prints in the woods. I left that cabin and never went back. I still think about it sometimes. I still wonder who was out there, what they wanted. If it was just a crazy hermit, a hunter who didn't like trespassers, or something worse. I'll never know. But I do know this. Someone was watching me, and they didn't want me to leave. And if I hadn't seen that wire, I probably wouldn't have. I was 39 years old the first time I ever spent more than a night alone in the woods. Before that, I'd done my share of hiking and weekend camping trips with friends back in my 20s, but nothing like this. I had always dreamed of getting away from everything for a while. No cell phones, no email, no traffic. None of the pressure I had been living with in the city. Life in Detroit had gotten to be too much. The noise, the bills, the people. I'd gone through a rough divorce the year before and had been stuck in a draining IT job where I worked 12 hours a day in a windowless office. I needed to disappear for a bit, clear my head, maybe write something. I told my boss I was taking unpaid leave and started planning the trip. I ended up finding this old one-room cabin up in the Upper Peninsula of Michigan. It was off an old logging road near Ironwood, built sometime in the 1960s and used by hunters and the occasional winter trapper. It wasn't much, but it was cheap and completely off the grid. The guy who owned it lived out of state and just wanted someone to look after it for the summer, so he rented it to me for next to nothing. No electricity, no plumbing. Just 4 walls, a roof, a wood stove, and a water pump about 30 yards behind the cabin that supposedly still worked. It sounded perfect. I got there in early June. The road leading in was narrow and overgrown, barely wide enough for my truck. About 5 miles off the highway, I found the turnoff marked by a rusted-out mailbox with the numbers almost completely faded. I followed that road another 2 miles until it dead-ended in a clearing. The cabin sat near the edge of a forest, shaded by thick pine and birch trees. A small creek ran along the backside of the property, and there was a fire ring out front surrounded by logs to sit on. The air smelled like wet leaves and sap, and the only sounds were wind and birds. For the first time in years, I felt my shoulders loosen. I spent the first couple days just settling in. The inside of the cabin was dusty and full of cobwebs, but solid. The floor was warped in a few places, but the roof didn't leak. There was a cot against the far wall, a metal table, some shelves with old pots and pans, and a stack of firewood in the corner. I brought in supplies from the truck: dried food, bottled water, propane stove, sleeping bag, clothes, a small solar light, a hunting knife, a hand crank radio, and a couple books. There was no cell service at all. I cleaned the place up, swept the floor, knocked down the spider webs, aired it out. Every now and then I'd hear rustling in the woods. Deer, probably, or raccoons. Nothing that worried me. I'd always been pretty comfortable in the outdoors. I even saw a black bear once about 100 yards off, but it didn't come close. I had bear spray and kept all my food sealed up tight. By the 4th or 5th day, I was falling into a rhythm. I'd get up early, walk the property, boil some water for coffee, read a bit, maybe write in my notebook. In the afternoon, I'd gather more firewood or fish in the creek. Nights were quiet and still. I started sleeping better than I had in years. Then, around the end of the second week, things started to feel different. It was little things at first, things you could explain away. One morning, I noticed the water pump was turned the wrong way, like someone had twisted it when I wasn't looking. Another time, I found one of the chairs on the porch moved a few feet to the left. I figured maybe I'd done it and just forgot. But then the noises started. Not the usual sounds of wind or animals, but something heavier. Footsteps. Not running or stomping, but slow, deliberate crunching on the dead leaves outside the cabin. It was always late at night. Around 2 or 3 in the morning, I'd wake up to hear it. I'd lie there, staring at the ceiling, barely breathing, just listening. Sometimes it would go on for 5 or 10 minutes, walking around the cabin. One night, it got so close I heard something brush up against the wall near my head. I thought maybe it was a deer, but deer don't circle cabins like that. I stayed still and waited for it to leave. It always did, eventually. I started keeping my hunting knife under my pillow. I even brought the bear spray inside and kept it within reach. I told myself it was probably nothing, maybe just a curious animal, or maybe even just me being paranoid. Still, I started doing checks every morning, walking the perimeter, looking for prints, broken branches, anything out of place. One morning, I found a long scratch on the side of the cabin, about waist high. It didn't look like an animal. It was too straight. About 3 weeks in, I noticed something else. I had set up a small pile of firewood near the creek, about 30 yards from the cabin. I went out one afternoon to split some logs, and the pile was different. Not just moved around, but arranged 3 pieces stacked vertically, then 2 across the top like a makeshift symbol or something. I stared at it for a long time, trying to figure out why someone would do that. I knocked it over and brought the wood inside. After that, I stopped leaving anything outside I didn't need to. I started sleeping less, staying up later, listening. One night, I even stayed up the whole time, sitting near the window with the bear spray in my lap. Around 2:30, I heard the footsteps again, slow and careful, moving through the leaves. They circled the cabin once, then stopped. I sat there, barely breathing, watching the edge of the tree line. I never saw anyone. After a while, the sound faded. The next day, I found a footprint in the mud near the back of the cabin. It was a man's boot, at least a size 11. Definitely not mine. I wore 10s. The print was deep, like someone had been standing still for a while. I took a picture of it with the little digital camera I brought and marked the spot with a rock. I don't know why. Maybe just to prove to myself it was real. That was when I started to consider leaving. But the idea of driving that logging road at night made me feel worse. It was a narrow, twisting path full of blind corners. And if someone was out there, I didn't want to risk breaking down or getting stuck in the middle of nowhere. I decided to wait it out a few more days. If things didn't settle down, I'd go. 2 nights later, I woke up to the sound of something hitting the cabin wall. Not hard, more like a tap. Then another one. I waited. Another tap, this time on the front wall near the door. I grabbed my flashlight and shined it through the window, but all I saw were trees and darkness. I stayed awake until sunrise. The next morning, I walked the perimeter again and found small rocks scattered around the cabin. Not natural, they were placed. 4 on one side, 3 on the other, all lined up. I didn't know what to make of it. I kicked them away and didn't go far from the cabin that day. By then, every sound made my skin crawl. A squirrel in the brush, a branch falling, anything. I stopped writing, stopped fishing. I just sat in the cabin with the door locked, watching. My food supplies were getting low, but I didn't want to leave until daylight. I figured I'd pack up everything and head out the next morning. That night was the worst. It was just after 3 a.m. when I woke up to the sound of the doorknob rattling. Not wind, not an animal. Someone was trying to turn it, slow and steady. I froze. My heart was hammering in my chest. I grabbed the bear spray and held it tight. The knob stopped moving, and for a long time there was silence. Then I heard footsteps on the porch, right outside the window. I didn't dare move. There was a faint scraping sound, like metal on wood. Then the footsteps moved around the side of the cabin. I stayed crouched behind the table until the sun came up. When I finally opened the door, I found a knife stuck into the wooden frame. Not mine. An old hunting knife, rusty and stained. I pulled it out and threw it into the woods as far as I could. That morning, I loaded the truck. I didn't care about leaving things behind. I just wanted to get out. I didn't stop to eat or drink. I drove that logging road like my life depended on it, barely slowing for the turns. I didn't see another car for 20 miles. When I finally got to the nearest gas station, I went inside and just stood there for a while, letting the fluorescent lights buzz above me. The clerk asked if I was okay. I nodded and said yes, but I didn't feel okay. Not really. I kept looking at the door like someone might follow me in. I drove straight back to Detroit that day. Didn't stop, didn't look back. For weeks after, I had trouble sleeping. Every night, I thought I heard something outside my apartment window. I'd get up and check the door twice, sometimes 3 times. Eventually, it got better. I started to feel normal again. I went back to work, got a new apartment, started writing again. But I never went back to the woods. I still don't know who was out there. Maybe it was just a drifter or some local messing with me. But whoever it was, they wanted me gone. And they knew how to get inside my head. I still think about that knife stuck in the door, the rocks, the footprints. The way they circled the cabin like they were waiting. It wasn't ghosts. It wasn't monsters. It was just a person, real and quiet and patient. And to me, that's way more terrifying than anything else. I was 34 when I decided to take a long break from everything and rent a cabin in the woods outside a small town called Fall Ridge, Oregon. This was late September 2017. The place was quiet, far from traffic and people, and seemed perfect for what I wanted, just some time alone. I was burned out from years of office work, tired of city noise, and fed up with feeling stuck in the same cycle. The cabin was about an hour's drive from the town itself. It sat on the edge of a small clearing backed up by a wide patch of forest. It wasn't some fancy rental. It was a plain, old single-story wooden cabin. No Wi-Fi, no cell service, just a landline that worked half the time and a wood-burning stove for heat. I had enough groceries for a few weeks and a generator for electricity, which I only ran for a few hours a day. The place was owned by an older couple named the Fairbanks, who lived about 10 miles back down the gravel road. They were the ones who gave me the keys and directions. They also mentioned, just in passing, that I should avoid the forest behind the old quarry, about a half mile from the back of the property. I didn't press for details. Figured it was just one of those small town things. Some places like to keep parts of their woods undisturbed, probably for wildlife or conservation. So I got settled into the cabin. Spent the first couple of days doing nothing, just sitting on the porch, drinking coffee, listening to the wind move through the trees. It was quiet, peaceful in a way that city life never is. I'd go on short hikes during the day, never straying too far from the trails. I read books, cooked meals on the gas stove, chopped wood for the fireplace. That was my routine, and for the first time in years, I started feeling relaxed again. It wasn't until the end of my first week there that I decided to explore the woods behind the cabin more deeply. I remembered what the Fairbanks had said about the quarry, but I wasn't interested in poking around the quarry itself. I just wanted to see more of the forest. I brought a backpack with water, a flashlight, and some snacks. I also carried a map of the area they'd given me. First, the hike was normal, peaceful. The trail I followed faded slowly into the trees until it wasn't much of a trail at all. Just scattered patches of dirt where people had maybe walked long ago. I kept going because I still felt oriented. The trees were thick here, tall Douglas firs and moss-covered trunks, but the light filtered through enough to see clearly. After maybe 40 minutes of hiking, I came across an old barbed wire fence. It was rusted and sagging in spots, with some of the posts fallen over. Behind it, the forest got even denser, darker. I figured this was the area the Fairbanks had warned about, the section behind the quarry. But the fence was barely intact, and curiosity pushed me a little further. I figured I'd just go in a short way, snap some pictures, and come back. I stepped over a fallen section and kept walking. The change in the atmosphere was immediate. The air felt stiller, heavier. Sounds didn't travel as far. I couldn't even hear birds anymore. That struck me as odd, but not alarming. Not at the time. I kept going deeper, maybe another 15 minutes or so, when I came across something strange. It was a wooden structure, small, about the size of a shed. But it wasn't built like a shed. It had no windows, and the wood was old, blackened from age or weather. The door was made of thick boards with iron nails sticking out in all directions, like it was meant to keep something out, or in. I walked around it slowly. No signs of recent use, no markings, just an old, ugly box in the middle of the woods. I didn't try to open it. Something about it made me feel off, like it didn't belong there. I marked the location on the map with a small X and decided to head back. That was my first mistake. I didn't track my exact route back. I figured I could retrace my steps easily. But as I started walking, nothing looked the same. The trail I thought I came in on didn't appear. I turned back toward the shed and couldn't even find that. I tried using the sun to guide me, but the light had changed. Clouds rolled in fast, and the woods felt like they were closing in. I didn't panic yet. I still had hours of daylight left. But every direction I walked just led me into more trees, more silence, more of the same thick moss and dark trunks. Eventually I sat down, drank some water, and tried to think. I wasn't that far from the cabin, maybe a mile at most. I'd just gotten turned around. I took out the flashlight and waited until things felt a little clearer in my head. That's when I heard something. It was soft but deliberate, a crack of a branch, then another. Something was moving out there. I stood up and froze, listened hard. Could have been a deer, maybe even a bear. But the sound stopped completely, not faded, just stopped. Like whatever was walking just halted in place the second I listened. I waited 10 minutes. Nothing. So I kept walking again, trying a new direction. I walked for maybe another half hour when I started seeing signs of someone having been out here recently. Cut branches, boot prints in the dirt, a piece of blue tarp hanging from a tree. I felt relieved. Maybe there was another cabin or a hunter's outpost nearby. I followed the signs. That was my second mistake. I came to a clearing with another structure in it. This one was different, larger, but still hand-built. Almost like a small, crude house. No paint, no glass in the windows. Just empty holes. The front door was open. The air smelled wrong around it. Like rot and metal and something else. Something I couldn't place. I didn't go inside, but I did walk around the outside of it. There were ropes hanging from hooks in the back, a barrel filled with dark water, and stacked near the rear corner were piles of bones. Some were animal, I hoped, but not all of them looked like they came from animals. That's when panic really hit. I backed away slowly, then turned and walked fast. Not running, but close. I kept looking over my shoulder. I couldn't shake the feeling that someone had been inside that cabin, that someone had seen me. I walked for over an hour without stopping. No trails, no landmarks. My flashlight started flickering even though the batteries were fresh. It got darker quicker than I expected. I finally stopped when my legs couldn't take it anymore. I slept sitting up against a tree that night, flashlight off, heart racing. Every sound in the forest felt like it was coming from just beyond the trees. I heard what sounded like footsteps again, slow and steady. Once I even thought I saw a faint shape between the trees, too tall to be a deer, too slow to be a coyote. I didn't sleep, just waited for light. At dawn, I kept moving. I rationed my water and ate one of the protein bars I brought. My map was useless. I couldn't find anything familiar. Every hour that passed made me more certain I was being followed. By late afternoon of the second day, I heard movement behind me again, this time closer. I spun around and caught a glimpse of someone, a man. He ducked behind a tree as soon as I turned. I called out, but he didn't respond, just vanished into the woods. I ran. That night, I found a shallow rock overhang and huddled beneath it. I didn't use the flashlight, didn't make a fire, just sat in silence, listening. I heard nothing for hours. Then the unmistakable sound of soft, wet breathing nearby. Not human, not heavy like an animal, just close, steady breathing. I didn't move, I didn't sleep, and it never came closer, just stayed out there. The third morning, I woke up and saw tracks nearby, bare feet, wide feet. They walked in a circle around the overhang, maybe 30 or 40 times. I was done. I moved in one direction all day, not stopping. I left behind my bag to lighten the load. I didn't care where I ended up as long as I was away from those woods. Just before sunset, I broke through the tree line. I saw the old barbed wire fence again, and beyond that, the clearing behind the cabin. I almost fell to my knees when I saw it. I got inside, locked the door, and didn't sleep that night. Every window stayed covered. Every noise outside made me flinch, but nothing came. The next morning, I packed everything into the car and left. I dropped the keys in the Fairbanks mailbox and never looked back. I don't know who or what was out there, but I know it wasn't a ghost or a monster. It was someone living in those woods, someone who didn't want to be found, and had no problem letting me know that. The bones, the traps, the shed, they were real. The footsteps, the breathing, the man in the trees, real. I moved to a different state a few weeks later, started over, but I never forgot that forest behind the quarry. And I never went camping alone again, not because I believe in monsters, but because I know what people are capable of when no one is watching. I was 38 when I decided to rent that cabin. It was the summer of 2019, late July, and I had just taken 3 weeks off from my job in Pittsburgh. I'd been grinding away for years in a dull logistics office, and everything in my life was running on repeat. I needed a break from the noise, the screens, the long hours, and the constant pressure to always be on. That's what brought me to 9 Mile Ridge, a narrow stretch of wooded hills about an hour north of Williamsport, Pennsylvania. It wasn't some well-known tourist area. No ski lifts or lake resorts, just trees, dirt roads, and quiet. I found the cabin through an old website that still looked like it was made in 2002. The listing didn't have many photos, just a few grainy ones showing a small wooden building, a screened-in porch, a dirt driveway, and what looked like a fire pit in the back. The post said it was off-grid. No cell service, no Wi-Fi, no TV. That was what I wanted. A simple, quiet place in the woods to read, sleep, write a little maybe, and not be around anybody. The cabin sat about 4 miles down a gravel road that branched off Route 44. That gravel road was full of potholes, overgrown on both sides, and thick with pine trees that looked like they hadn't been trimmed back in years. I drove in with my old Subaru Outback loaded with food, water, a stack of books, and enough supplies for at least 10 days. I figured I'd just go dark for a while and maybe hike a few trails if I got bored. When I first pulled up to the cabin, it felt exactly like I had imagined. Small but clean. No sign of vandalism or neglect. The wooden porch creaked when I stepped on it, and the front door opened without a sound. Inside, it smelled faintly of old wood and dust, not in a bad way. There was a small wood stove in the corner, a twin-size bed against the far wall, and a rickety table under a window that looked out over the woods. No running water, but there was a rain barrel on the side of the porch and a clean-looking outhouse about 20 yards out back. I unloaded my things, set up my little portable stove on the porch, and cracked open a book before the sun went down. That first night was peaceful. I heard nothing but the breeze and a few owls calling to each other in the trees. I didn't even need to start a fire, just laid in the bed with my headlamp on, flipping through pages until I fell asleep. The second day went the same. I made instant coffee, took a walk through the woods behind the cabin, and came back to eat canned beans straight out of the can. There was something nice about the simplicity. No e-mails, no texts, no TV, just the sound of wind in the trees. When I walked down a path that led past the outhouse, I found a narrow animal trail that seemed to snake down toward a small ravine. I didn't go far the first time, just enough to get a sense of the layout. On the third night, something woke me up. It was close to 3 a.m. The air felt a little colder, and I noticed the breeze had stopped completely. The woods were dead silent. No insects, no owls, nothing. I couldn't even hear the trees shifting. That wasn't totally unusual, but the silence felt heavy, like something was watching me through the windows. I got up quietly, turned off my headlamp, and walked to the door. I stood there for a minute and just listened. Nothing. I stepped out onto the porch, barefoot, trying not to make a sound. The moon was out, and I could see well enough to make out shapes around the clearing. Trees, my car, the fire pit. Then I saw something that made my stomach drop. It was small. Could have been a raccoon, maybe a fox. But it was sitting too still, like it was frozen. Just off the edge of the clearing, maybe 30 feet from the cabin, there was something low to the ground. Not moving. I stood there for nearly 5 minutes, just watching it. It never twitched. Finally, I went back inside, locked the door, and didn't sleep the rest of the night. The next morning, I walked out to where I thought I'd seen it. There were no tracks, no disturbed grass, nothing. Maybe I imagined it. Maybe I was half asleep and mistook a stump or something. Still, it put me on edge. That day, I walked further down the animal trail past the outhouse. I followed it for about half a mile until it curved down into a rocky, shaded area with a dried-up stream bed. I noticed some old beer cans and a fire ring made from stacked stones. Probably a hunter's or camper's old site. Nothing too strange. But as I stood there, I got that same feeling again, like something was off, like I was being watched. I turned around slowly, scanned the trees, listened hard. Nothing, not even a squirrel. The woods were too quiet again. That night, I didn't sleep well. I kept hearing little creaks, small knocks. The cabin was old and would shifts, I get that. But these were sharp sounds, deliberate, like a stick being broken under pressure. Twice, I got up and looked outside. Still nothing. But each time, I felt a deep unease in my chest, like whatever I'd felt in the woods had followed me back. The next day, I tried to shake it off. I chopped some wood, cleaned out the fire pit, and decided to walk the opposite direction down the gravel road, away from the main trail. After about 40 minutes, I came across an old gate made from rusted iron tubing. It looked like it hadn't been used in years. Behind it, a faint trail led uphill through thick underbrush. I stepped over the gate and followed it for a few minutes until I saw the remains of a burned-out shack. Just a few charred beams and a pile of blackened debris. Looked like it had been there a long time. I didn't stick around. When I got back to the cabin, I noticed something strange. One of the small stones I'd left on the edge of the fire pit was gone. I always made a small pile of rocks next to it for when I wanted to build a fire. One of the flat stones was just missing. I checked around, thinking maybe I'd kicked it over, but it was nowhere, just gone. That night, the sounds came back. Not just creaks, but taps. Knocking. Slow and spaced out. Like something testing the walls. I stayed in bed with the blanket pulled up, my flashlight in my hand, and a knife I'd brought for cooking tucked under my pillow. Around 2 a.m., I heard something brush against the side of the cabin. I froze. Then I heard a single knock on the porch floor. Just one. Then nothing. I waited until sunrise to go outside. The porch was empty, but I saw something small near the base of the steps. It was the stone that had gone missing, placed upright, balanced on one edge. I don't care how good someone is at sneaking around. I would have heard footsteps on that gravel or the wooden boards, and there were no tire tracks, no signs of anyone coming in from the road. I walked the perimeter of the cabin. Nothing. The woods looked normal, but I didn't feel normal anymore. I spent that whole day on edge. I didn't walk any trails. I stayed close to the cabin with a fire going all afternoon. I even dragged a few heavy logs across the driveway to make it harder for a vehicle to get close. That night, I barely slept again, just stared at the ceiling in the dark. On the 7th day, I was done. My nerves were shot. I packed everything into the car by mid-morning and decided to head out early. I didn't even stop to clean up. I just wanted to be gone. But when I turned the ignition, the car didn't start. I tried again. Nothing. Not even a click. The battery was fully charged when I got there, and I hadn't used it once since I parked. I opened the hood. Nothing looked out of place. I checked the battery terminals. Still tight.
No corrosión.
That was the first time real fear hit me. I was miles from the nearest town, no cell service, and now no way to leave. I stood in the driveway, turning slowly, listening, trying to think. That was when I saw it again, just inside the tree line. A shape, crouched low, still as a statue. I didn't yell. I didn't run. I just backed toward the cabin, locked the door, and waited. By sunset, I was sweating. I had no way to leave, no way to call for help. I kept checking out the windows, but I didn't see anything else. Just that same heavy silence. That night, the knocking started again. Not slow this time, fast. Repeated. All along the porch. The boards groaned like weight was moving across them. I held the knife tight and stayed against the wall, heart racing. Then I heard something slide against the door. Not a knock. More like a long drag, like fingers or claws. Then silence. I don't know how I made it through that night. By morning, I was a wreck. I opened the door slowly, half expecting something to lunge at me. Nothing was there. No tracks.
No marks.
Just the woods, still and empty. I decided to walk. I didn't care how far it was. I needed to get out. I packed a small bag with water, food, and my knife, then started walking down the gravel road. After about 2 miles, I heard the sound of an engine. A game warden's truck was coming the other way. I jumped into the road and waved it down like a madman. The warden was in his 60s. He looked me over and asked if I was hurt. I shook my head. I just told him my car died and I needed help. He drove me back to the cabin, and when he checked the car, it started on the first try. Just turned over like nothing was wrong. I didn't think I'd be spending the night in the middle of nowhere, in a cabin I'd barely even heard of, let alone been to before. But here I was, standing on the porch of a rundown log cabin, looking out into the dense forest of Owl Ridge, a place that felt isolated, even forgotten by the rest of the world. The air was cool, with that slight bite that early autumn mornings in the woods always had. The trees were full of color, yellow, orange, and red leaves were just beginning to fall, and I could hear the rustling of them in the breeze. I had decided to take a trip on my own. I wanted solitude, just me, nature, and some time to think. No distractions, no people, just me with my thoughts, and maybe a few books to keep me company. I wasn't expecting anything special, just a break from my hectic life. The cabin was a small one, really small, just a living area with a stone fireplace, a tiny kitchen, and a loft that housed a bed. It was rustic, to say the least. The windows were cracked in some places, the wood was weathered, and the porch creaked under my feet. But it was quiet. That's all I wanted. And there was something comforting about being out here, away from everything. I unpacked my bag, made a cup of coffee, and sat by the window, watching the trees sway and the occasional bird flit by. Felt peaceful at first, but as the sun began to set and the shadows of the forest grew longer, something about the place started to feel off. It wasn't anything I could put my finger on, just an unease creeping in the pit of my stomach. The first sign that something wasn't right came when I tried to get some firewood from the stack out back. The woodpile was neatly stacked, but as I grabbed a few logs, I noticed the axe I had used to chop some earlier was gone. It wasn't unusual for an axe to be missing. It could have been moved by whoever maintained the cabin before me, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up, and I quickly grabbed my logs and headed back inside. As night fell, the isolation of the place became more pronounced. The wind picked up, howling through the trees, and the cabin creaked in protest, as if the building itself was unsettled. I tried to distract myself by reading, but my mind kept wandering to the feeling that something was watching me. I kept checking the windows. Nothing. The forest outside was still, but my instincts told me something was lurking. The evening wore on, and I made some dinner, a simple meal, just pasta and vegetables. As I ate, the sound of something tapping on the cabin window caught my attention. It was a soft, almost rhythmic tap, like fingers against glass. My heart skipped a beat, and I stood frozen, staring at the window. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was just a branch swaying in the wind, brushing against the glass. But as I turned my head to glance at the trees outside, I saw that the wind wasn't strong enough to move them that much. The tapping stopped. My mind raced, trying to figure out what it could have been. I wasn't sure how long I stood there, staring out the window, but when I turned back, I realized the fire had died down significantly. The cabin was colder now, and the dim light from the fading embers cast long shadows on the walls. I quickly stoked the fire and settled back down on the couch, trying to shake off the uneasy feeling. But the tapping came again. This time it was louder, and it wasn't just tapping on the window, it was coming from the side of the cabin. The sound was closer now. I couldn't explain it. My thoughts ran wild, but I knew I couldn't just sit there and do nothing. I grabbed a flashlight, took a deep breath, and decided to check it out. I'd deal with whatever it was. It was probably just some animals or maybe a branch again. I could feel my heart pounding as I made my way toward the door. The porch was quiet, the only sound the wind rustling through the trees. I turned the flashlight on and aimed it toward the side of the cabin. Nothing. I moved closer to the back, where the noise had seemed to originate. The beam of light swept over the ground, illuminating the trees and the bushes, but there was nothing there. I exhaled slowly. Maybe it was nothing after all. But then, just as I turned to head back inside, I noticed something strange on the ground. Footprints, but they weren't human, at least not entirely. They were large and deep, as if something heavy had been walking around the cabin. The ground was soft from the rain earlier, so the prints were clear. My heart raced again, this time with a sense of dread that washed over me. I looked around, feeling exposed out here. The cabin seemed miles away now. The trees loomed over me like silent sentinels, and I couldn't shake the feeling that someone, or something, was watching me. I quickly backed up to the porch and locked the door behind me. I wasn't going to take any chances. The night dragged on. I didn't dare venture outside again. The noises came and went, tapping, scraping, and rustling. My mind raced with every sound, but no matter how many times I checked, I never saw anything out there. The unease was building inside me, a tight knot that wouldn't loosen. I couldn't figure out what was happening. Was I just being paranoid? Or was someone or something out there? I tried to distract myself, reading again, but the tension was unbearable. Around midnight, I decided to turn off the lights and try to sleep, but every creak of the cabin, every gust of wind, kept me wide awake. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was out there in the darkness, waiting. My eyes flicked to the windows constantly, expecting to see something, but I saw nothing. Just when I thought I might finally get some rest, there was a loud bang. Came from the roof. It was unmistakable. Someone or something was on the roof. I froze, my breath catching in my throat. My first instinct was to grab the rifle that had been left behind in the cabin for protection. But it was in the small cupboard next to the kitchen, and I couldn't bring myself to move. What if whoever or whatever was out there heard me? What if they were waiting for me to make a move? The banging continued, moving from one side of the roof to the other, slowly, methodically. Then suddenly, there was silence. A thick, suffocating silence that made the hairs on my neck stand up. I couldn't stay there any longer. I had to leave. My mind was racing with possibilities, each more terrifying than the last. But just as I was about to grab my things and run, I heard a voice. A low, gravelly voice, almost like a whisper. "You can't leave." I froze. My heart was pounding so hard in my chest I thought it might burst. I felt as though I was paralyzed, trapped in the cabin, unable to move, unable to scream. But then I realized it wasn't a voice coming from outside. It was in my head. A thought, an urge, a warning. I snapped out of it, my mind racing. I didn't know what was happening anymore. Was I going mad? Or was someone really out there? With trembling hands, I grabbed the rifle and crept to the window. I was about to look out when I heard the unmistakable sound of footsteps on the porch. I didn't want to look, but I had to. I had to know what was out there. I slowly raised the rifle, aimed it at the door, and peered through the window. Nothing. It was completely still outside. No one. No movement. I waited, my eyes glued to the porch. A full minute passed, then two, and still nothing. The pressure in my chest finally began to loosen. I was just being paranoid. There was no one here. I was alone. I cautiously opened the door, rifle still in hand, and stepped out onto the porch. The air was cold, and the forest was completely silent now. I stood there, listening, but all I could hear was my own breath. Slowly, I moved to the edge of the porch and looked down at the ground. No footprints, no sign of anyone. It was as if the whole thing had never happened. I stayed there for what felt like an eternity, just standing, listening to the silence of the night. Eventually, I started to feel foolish. Maybe I had just imagined it all. Maybe it was the isolation playing tricks on my mind. I slowly made my way back inside, locked the door, and sat by the fire, watching the flames flicker. For the rest of the night, I stayed awake, the rifle still in my lap, just in case. But no more sounds came. The rest of the night passed in eerie silence. By the time morning came, the sun rose over the forest, casting a soft light through the windows of the cabin. The tension in the air had lifted, and the world outside seemed peaceful again. I left the cabin later that morning, not knowing what had really happened. The strange noises, the footprints, the whispers, all of it remained a mystery. But I knew one thing for sure. I wasn't coming back to Owl Ridge. Not ever. I was 32 when I decided to take some time off work and spend a week alone in a cabin up north, away from everyone and everything. It was early October 2017, and I had been working long hours in the city for months. I was tired, not just regular tired, but the kind where even your bones feel sore and your eyes burn all day. So I rented a cabin in northern Minnesota, not far from the Canadian border, near a place called Toft. The area was quiet, full of trees and lakes, and the cabin was about 12 miles from the nearest town. The listing said it was an old logger's cabin that had been fixed up but still kept its rustic charm. That basically meant it had no internet, no TV, and the plumbing was basic. I didn't care. That was the whole point. I wanted to sleep, hike a bit, maybe fish if the weather was good. The only thing that really mattered to me was being away from noise. I drove up in my old pickup, a '99 Ford Ranger with nearly 200,000 miles on it. It was a long drive, over 7 hours, but the farther north I got, the better I felt. The trees were golden and red. The air smelled like wet leaves and pine. I passed fewer and fewer houses. When I turned onto the dirt road that led to the cabin, I hadn't seen another car for over 20 minutes. The road was narrow and full of potholes. Trees leaned in on both sides, and in some spots, their branches brushed the top of my truck. I drove slow, maybe 10 miles an hour, just bouncing along. felt like I was driving into nowhere. Eventually, I came to a clearing with a small wooden cabin sitting in the middle of it. There was an old fire pit out front, a small shed off to the right, and a stack of split logs beside the porch. The place looked quiet and empty, exactly what I wanted. The cabin had a single main room, a kitchen area in the back, and a small bedroom with a cot. No electricity except a few battery-powered lanterns and a propane stove. There was a big jug of water on the counter and a couple buckets for washing dishes. No fridge, so I brought a cooler with ice packs and dry food. The outhouse was about 20 feet out back, behind the trees. The first night was calm. I sat outside by the fire, wrapped in a blanket, just listening to the wind in the trees. It got cold fast once the sun went down. I drank hot coffee and watched the stars come out. No planes, no headlights, no humming from air conditioners or traffic. Just quiet. I didn't even hear owls or coyotes. Just wind. I went inside, crawled into my sleeping bag, and fell asleep hard. I woke up around 3 a.m. because I had to piss. I grabbed my flashlight and went out back to the outhouse. It was cold, maybe in the 30s. My breath made little clouds in the beam of the flashlight. Everything was still. But when I came out of the outhouse, I thought I heard a sound to my left, like dry leaves crunching. I froze, light pointed toward the woods, and waited. Nothing. Maybe an animal. I went back inside and locked the door. Not because I was scared, but just in case some curious animal got too close. The next few days were uneventful. I fished at a small lake half a mile through the woods, chopped firewood, read an old paperback I found in the cabin, and cooked over the propane stove. Each day started with fog and ended with long orange sunsets. I started to feel like a real human again, not just some cog in a machine. I was alone, but not lonely. But on the fourth night, I noticed something strange. I was sitting on the porch after dinner, just drinking coffee again. It was almost dark, and I was watching the trees shift in the breeze. I noticed a path I hadn't seen before. It was narrow and half covered with fallen leaves, running along the side of the shed and into the woods. I had walked all around the property on the first day, but somehow missed it. It didn't look like a trail someone had made for fun. It looked old, maybe used long ago. I figured it was an animal path, but it seemed too straight for that. I told myself I'd check it out in the morning. The next day was overcast, the first gray day since I got there. Around 10 a.m., I grabbed my jacket, flashlight, and a bottle of water and went to check out the path. It was narrower than I thought, barely wide enough to walk without brushing branches. Kept going for a while, maybe a quarter mile, until it came to a clearing. In the center of the clearing was a tall, broken down wooden fence, maybe 7 feet high, surrounding something. I couldn't tell what at first because the boards were close together. The fence didn't look like part of a yard or garden. It looked like a barrier, like something meant to keep people out or something in. I walked around the outside and found a spot where 2 boards had fallen off. I shined my flashlight inside and saw the remains of what looked like a foundation. Maybe there used to be a building there, but now it was just moss-covered stone and broken boards. Something felt off, but I couldn't put my finger on it. I had this sudden urge to go back to the cabin. Not fear exactly, just unease, like I wasn't supposed to be there. That night, the wind picked up. Couldn't sleep. Branches scraped against the roof, and the walls creaked with every gust. Around midnight, I heard something heavy move across the porch. Not footsteps exactly, but weight shifting on the boards. I laid in my sleeping bag, holding my breath, straining to hear. Whatever it was, it moved slowly from one end of the porch to the other, then stopped. I waited. Nothing. Then, maybe 20 minutes later, I heard the boards creak again, this time moving away. I didn't sleep after that. I just stared at the ceiling until the sky started to turn light. In the morning, I stepped outside. The air smelled sharp and cold. I looked down at the porch and saw marks on the boards. Smudged, dirty spots, as if something had been dragged. It didn't make sense. There weren't any deep grooves or blood or anything like that. Just these smears. I followed them a few feet off the porch, but they faded into the leaves. I couldn't tell where they went. I decided to go back to the fence again. I had this gnawing feeling in my stomach, like something there needed to be seen. When I reached the clearing, I walked around the fence again. Something had changed. Near the broken boards, a pile of rocks had been arranged in a small mound. Not naturally either. Someone had stacked them deliberately, like a marker or a warning. There were no tracks around it, no sign of who or what had put them there. I didn't go inside the fence. I turned and walked back to the cabin. That night, I built a bigger fire. I kept it going until almost 1 a.m. I didn't want to be in the cabin. I didn't want to be anywhere, really. I just felt watched. I kept looking over my shoulder, scanning the tree line, but I never saw anything. Just the feeling of being observed, like when you're in a room and someone behind you is staring. I went inside and locked the door again. I even put a chair under the handle. I laid in my sleeping bag with the flashlight in my hand and didn't close my eyes. Around 2:30 a.m., I heard something again, scraping along the side of the cabin. Then a low, dull thump. Then another. I turned on the flashlight and pointed it at the window. I couldn't see out, the glass was fogged from the inside. Then I heard something click against the wall, like a rock hitting wood. That was it. I grabbed my boots and coat and threw everything I could into my bag. I didn't even zip it, just shoved it under my arm and opened the door. The night air hit me like a slap, cold, sharp. I ran to the truck, started it, and backed out onto the dirt road without looking back. The drive down that narrow dirt road felt like hours. I kept checking the mirror. Nothing behind me, but the feeling never left. That pressure on the back of my neck. When I finally hit pavement, I stopped and pulled over. Just sat there with my head on the steering wheel, shaking. I didn't even know what I was scared of. I didn't see anything. Nothing had happened, not really, but I couldn't shake it. Back home, I never told anyone about it. Not really. I just said I left early because of the weather. I still don't know what was behind the fence or why the ground felt wrong there. I don't know who or what left the rock pile or scraped the walls at night, but I think about it more than I want to admit. I looked up the area later, trying to find old maps or records. There used to be a settlement out there, logging families, workers, a few small buildings, and one main road. The cabin I stayed in wasn't even the original. It was built on top of where an old worker's shack had burned down in the 40s. The fence was part of a boundary, maybe, but no one could tell me what was inside it. Some locals said they avoided that area altogether. I never went back. Now, whenever someone mentions getting a cabin up north, I just nod and smile. I don't tell them to avoid it. I don't tell them about the fence, or the dragging sounds, or the feeling of eyes in the dark. They wouldn't believe me anyway. And if they do go, well, I hope they stay on the porch, and I hope they never find the path behind the shed. I was 34 the year I decided to rent the cabin. It was 2017, late October, just before everything turns to slush in northern Vermont. I'd been living in a small apartment in Albany, New York, working from home as a freelance analyst for a logistics company. I was burned out, not from the job itself. It was numbers, reports, spreadsheets, the usual, but from the grind of sitting in the same chair in the same four walls every day. I'd gotten tired of my own routine. I wanted out for a little while, not forever, just a few weeks, something quiet. I found the listing by accident. It was on a strange site I hadn't used before, buried under a bunch of rental ads. Just a few blurry pictures and a short description. Secluded one-bedroom cabin, perfect for privacy, quiet, and disconnecting. The photos showed a beat-up little house with a red tin roof, an old wood stove, and a front porch that sagged slightly on one side. Nothing fancy, but the thing that drew me in was the location. It was deep in the Green Mountains, near a place called Harlow Creek. I'd never been, but I looked it up, and there was nothing out there. No towns, no gas stations, barely any roads. Just trees, ridges, and dirt paths. It was perfect. I booked it for 3 weeks, packed up a few boxes, threw my gear in the back of my 2011 Subaru Outback, and left before sunrise on a Friday morning. It was supposed to be a 6-hour drive, but it took nearly 8. I lost cell service about an hour from the place. The directions the owner emailed me were written like a treasure map. Turn left at the second red mailbox, Go 2 miles past the stone wall. You'll see a pile of tires near a big oak. Turn there. It was almost dark by the time I got there. I had to drive down a narrow, rutted dirt path through a thick wall of pine trees. The road twisted so tightly I thought I'd scraped both sides of the car more than once. It opened up suddenly into a clearing maybe 30 yards wide. And there it was, the cabin. Smaller than I expected. Kind of crooked. There was no driveway, just grass that had been flattened by tires.
No welcome mat.
No porch light, just the wind in the trees and the sound of my own tires crunching dead leaves. I parked and sat there for a few minutes, just looking at it. It felt like something out of a survival movie. No neighbors, no streetlights, no sound. Just silence, except for the breeze and the soft creaking of trees swaying above. The inside was about as rustic as the pictures suggested. A couch that had definitely seen better days, a little table in the kitchen, one bedroom, and a wood stove that smelled like it hadn't been used in a while. No Wi-Fi.
No TV.
Just electricity, running water from a well, and a propane fridge that let out a weird little hiss every few minutes. I made a fire, ate a sandwich, and went to bed early. That first night was dead quiet. I don't even think I dreamed. The next few days passed slowly, which was what I wanted. I went for walks along a path that led down to a stream. I read old paperback books I brought with me. I kept a journal. I even whittled a few sticks like I was some sort of survivalist. The nearest store was over an hour away, and I'd brought enough food to last at least 2 weeks. I didn't see another person, not even a car, the entire time. But there were little things that started to make me uneasy. The kind of stuff you brush off at first. On the second night, I heard something scrape the porch. It sounded like metal on wood. I got up, looked through the curtain, but didn't see anything. Could have been a raccoon, maybe a branch. But in a place that quiet, even small sounds felt bigger. I tried to laugh it off and went back to bed. Then a few mornings later, I found footprints near the side of the cabin. They were boot prints. Not mine. Not from days ago. Fresh ones. Deep. You could see the tread, the pattern, the heel. It had rained the night before, and these prints were sunk clean into the mud. They led from the woods to the corner of the cabin and stopped. No prints going back out. That was the first time I got really spooked. I stood there for a long time just staring at them. Then I circled the entire cabin, checked all the windows, the door, even the back where I kept firewood stacked against the wall. Everything looked normal. No signs of forced entry. But I kept thinking about those prints. Why did they stop at the wall? I spent the rest of that day inside, barely moving, ears tuned to every creak and pop. That night, I didn't sleep much. The wind picked up, and I kept hearing things in the woods. It wasn't voices or whispers, nothing like that. Just branches breaking, movement. Something or someone was out there. A few days later, I drove out to the nearest town to stock up. The drive was longer than I remembered. I kept glancing in the rearview mirror. I didn't know what I was looking for. Maybe a truck following me, maybe nothing. But I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. The town was a tiny place called Winslow Ridge. A general store, a gas station, and a few boarded-up houses. I filled up the tank, bought some canned food, and tried to chat with the guy at the register, but he barely looked up. I don't think they got many visitors. On my way back, I almost missed the turn onto the dirt path again. You couldn't see the road unless you already knew it was there. It was almost like the trees were swallowing it. When I got back to the cabin, I knew something was off. The first thing I noticed was that the front door was unlocked. I knew I had locked it. I always did. It had become a habit, especially after finding those prints. I felt my stomach twist as I pushed the door open. Inside, nothing looked obviously disturbed, but it was subtle, like a cushion on the couch was slightly out of place, or the chair wasn't tucked in the same way I'd left it. I went to the bedroom and checked my bag. My clothes were still there, nothing missing, but someone had definitely been inside. I checked the windows again, still locked. No signs of a break-in. I didn't know what to do. I stood in the middle of the room holding a kitchen knife, listening. Every sound in the house seemed louder. My own breathing, the tick of the old clock, the wind outside. I thought about leaving. I really did. but I kept telling myself it could have been nothing. Maybe I forgot to lock the door. Maybe I moved the chair without thinking. I stayed. After that, I started keeping a flashlight and a hatchet next to my bed. I blocked the bedroom door with a chair at night. I only slept in short bursts. Every time I heard something, I sat up, heart pounding. A few nights, I even got up and walked the perimeter with a flashlight. I never saw anyone, but I knew something wasn't right. One morning, I found a small pile of rocks stacked on the porch, 6 flat stones carefully balanced. I didn't put them there. I kicked them into the yard and spent the rest of the day with the hatchet in my lap, sitting on the couch, waiting for something. I stopped going on walks. I stopped leaving the cabin. I barely ate. My journal stopped being about nature or peace and started being a record of anything strange. Scratches on the door, footprints. The time I thought I heard someone breathing outside the window. Then one night, everything came to a head. I had just gotten into bed, trying to read with the flashlight when I heard something on the roof. Slow, deliberate steps. Not an animal. Not branches. Real footsteps. Heavy boots. They moved from one end of the roof to the other, then stopped right above the bedroom. I didn't move. Couldn't breathe. I turned off the flashlight and stared up at the ceiling, heart thudding so hard I thought I'd black out. The steps started again. Slower this time. Then silence. Then 3 loud bangs on the wall near my head. Not random. Not wind. Fists. 3 hard hits. I jumped out of bed, grabbed the hatchet, and ran into the living room. I didn't care anymore. I was done. I stood in the middle of the room yelling into the dark like an idiot, ready to swing at anything that moved. Nothing happened. No response. Just the wind outside and my own heavy breathing. I stayed up the rest of the night watching the windows, gripping the hatchet. When the sun finally came up, I packed everything I could into the car, locked the cabin behind me, and drove away without looking back. I didn't tell anyone the full story for a while. I just said it was too remote, too quiet, that I didn't like being that disconnected. But I did go back once a few months later, out of curiosity. I didn't go alone and we didn't stay long. The cabin was abandoned. The door was open, swinging on one hinge. Inside, it looked like someone had torn the place apart. Smashed furniture, broken glass, claw marks in the wall. Not animal claw marks, not natural ones. Like someone had taken a knife and dragged it over the wood again and again until it splintered. There was a single word carved into the door: stay. We left immediately. I never went back again. I sold the car, moved into a place in the city with a doorman and cameras on every floor. I still don't sleep through the night. I keep a bat next to the bed. Not because I think someone's coming back, but because I don't want to be caught off guard again. The truth is, I'll never know who it was. Maybe a It was September of 2018 when I decided I needed a break from everything. I was 34 back then, recently divorced and burnt out from my job in Indianapolis. I had spent the last 10 years as a mechanic, working long hours in a noisy shop, dealing with customers who either knew nothing or thought they knew everything. After my ex-wife and I split, I felt like there was this dull ringing in my ears that wouldn't go away, like I couldn't breathe properly anymore. So I rented a small cabin in the hills near a place called Borden, Indiana. It wasn't far from where I lived, maybe 2 hours south, but far enough to feel disconnected. I didn't tell anyone exactly where I was going, just said I was taking some time off. I packed up some clothes, a cooler full of simple food, some old paperback books I'd been meaning to read, and a pair of hiking boots I'd only used twice. The cabin was listed on an old website. The owner was some older man named Rick who had inherited it from his grandfather. It looked decent in the pictures. Wooden walls, stone fireplace, small porch, a tiny dock out back that led into a narrow strip of muddy water the locals called Deer Creek. There were woods on all sides, except for the small gravel road that led up to it. I got there just after noon on a Tuesday. The sun was still high, and there was that dry, early fall heat that sticks to you like static. The cabin was smaller than it looked in the pictures. The screen door hung a little crooked, and the front step creaked like it had termites. But it was quiet, and it smelled like wood and old earth inside, so I was fine with it. The first day went by slow. I sat on the porch for hours doing nothing, just watching leaves fall. I grilled a cheap steak on a little charcoal grill out back and drank a couple of beers. I slept early that night, listening to the chirping of insects and the occasional rustle in the woods. I remember thinking I could stay here forever. The second day, I went for a hike along a narrow trail that curved along the creek. It wasn't an official trail, more like a worn path made by deer or maybe other campers. The further I walked, the more tangled the brush became. I had to step over roots, duck under low branches, and push my way through dry tall grass. After about an hour, I ended up at a clearing. There was a rotting log in the middle and what looked like a fire pit made from a circle of rocks. It was old. Whatever fire had burned there, it had been out for a long time. I sat on the log and ate a sandwich. Then I just stared out into the trees. That's when I started getting this weird feeling. Not fear exactly, just this sense that something was watching me. It was the same feeling I used to get when I worked late in the garage by myself and thought I saw someone pass by the front window. A gut feeling. I turned around more than once but never saw anything. I told myself it was just the isolation messing with my head. After all, I wasn't used to being this alone. I walked back to the cabin slower than I should have. I kept checking behind me. My footsteps seemed louder. When I finally made it back, I locked the front door and even slid a chair under the handle like I used to do in motels. I didn't sleep well that night. Every little sound outside felt closer, like something was circling. The third day, I stayed near the cabin. I read for a while and cleaned up the small kitchen, which had a few cobwebs in the corners. Around noon, I went out to the dock to fish. I didn't catch anything, but it felt good to sit with my feet dangling over the edge. The creek water was low and brown. It moved lazily, like it was half asleep. I heard something big move in the woods behind me, but I didn't look. I just figured it was a deer or maybe a raccoon. I kept fishing. That night, I made a fire in the old stone fireplace inside. I cooked some beans in a little pot and ate them right out of the can. Around 9 p.m., I turned off the lantern and laid in the bed. The window was open just a crack, and I could hear something crunching in the leaves outside. I waited, thinking it would pass, but it didn't. It circled. I could tell by the way the leaves kept moving from one side of the cabin to the other. I laid there frozen, my hands gripping the blanket like a shield. The next morning, I found footprints outside. They weren't boot prints, no tread, just the flat outline of a foot, barefoot. I bent down and stared at them for a long time. They were adult-sized, not huge, but definitely a grown person. The prints circled the cabin and stopped near the back where the woods thickened. I told myself maybe it was some local messing around, maybe a hunter or a drifter, but I kept thinking about how quiet the woods had gotten last night.
No crickets.
No wind, like something was holding its breath. I thought about leaving that day, but something in me wanted to stay. Maybe pride. Maybe I didn't want to go back home feeling like I'd gotten scared off. I stayed close to the cabin again, read some more, kept the fire going. I even stacked some wood on the porch just in case I needed to barricade the door. I didn't say it out loud, but I was starting to believe someone was out there. That night, I didn't sleep. I laid in bed with my eyes open, staring at the ceiling. Around 1 a.m., I heard the porch creak. The slow kind of creak that means wait, someone stepping onto it. Then nothing, just silence.
No knock.
No voices, no sound of retreating footsteps, just silence so loud I could hear my heart. In the morning, I found the screen door was unlatched. The chair I had against the front door was still in place, but I could see smudges on the window, like handprints, greasy, smudged handprints, as if someone leaned in to look. I packed my things slowly that morning. I felt like if I rushed, I'd attract attention. I loaded the truck and took one last walk around the place. That's when I noticed something that made my blood run cold. Out near the tree line behind the cabin, there was something hanging from a branch. I walked closer, and it turned out to be an old Polaroid photo, clipped to the branch with a rusted paperclip. The picture was faded, but you could still see a figure. Someone standing in the exact same spot where I had fished the day before. It wasn't me, But it was the same dock, same angle. Someone had taken that photo long before I arrived. That was it for me. I drove off that hour, didn't look back. I didn't call Rick. I didn't leave a review. I didn't tell anyone what really happened. I just said it was peaceful and that I'd enjoyed the time alone. But something was wrong out there. Weeks later, I couldn't stop thinking about the photo, so I looked up news stories around that area. I found one from 2009. A man had gone missing in the woods behind Deer Creek. His truck was found parked on the same gravel road I had used. They never found his body. They said he was last seen at a cabin he had rented for a solo trip. Same location. I've never gone back. I never will. But sometimes, I wake up in the middle of the night and feel like someone's watching me through the window, like they followed me home. It was the end of summer when I finally made the decision. The heat had been unbearable, the kind that presses down on you, making it hard to breathe, hard to focus. So when I saw that little cabin online, tucked away in a remote part of the Smoky Mountains, something about it called to me. I didn't care much for crowds or the noise of tourist traps. What I wanted was peace, space, and the kind of quiet you can only find when you're far enough away from the world to forget about it. I was 27, living in a small town in North Carolina. My name's Emily. I work as a freelance writer, which means I can work from anywhere as long as I have my laptop and a good internet connection. And honestly, after a year of constant hustle, I needed a break. So I packed my bags, rented a car, and drove up to that cabin, eager to get some solitude and hoping to reset my mind. The drive was long. I was used to long drives, but this felt different. The closer I got to the cabin, the more the roads narrowed, and the trees seemed to close in on me. The forest felt thick, almost oppressive, like the trees were watching me, waiting for me to make a mistake. But I shrugged it off. It was just my imagination, I told myself. It always was. I pulled up to the cabin just as the sun was beginning to dip below the horizon. It was a modest place, built from dark timber with a slanted roof and a porch that creaked when I stepped onto it. There was an old rocking chair on the porch, half covered in moss and vines, but it had a charm to it, an inviting kind of old-world feel. The air smelled of pine and damp earth, a scent I was used to, growing up in the mountains. Inside, the cabin was sparsely furnished. A small wood-burning stove sat in the center of the room, surrounded by an old leather couch and a couple of mismatched chairs. A rug on the floor was worn but still warm to the touch. There was a small kitchen in the back, complete with an old-fashioned gas stove and a table that seemed like it had seen better days. The walls were covered in old, weathered wood, and the whole place felt like it had been untouched for years. I set my things down and unpacked. The only sounds were the chirps of crickets outside and the occasional rustling of the trees. It was peaceful, but there was something about the silence that made me uneasy. I didn't know if it was the isolation or the fact that the cabin felt so abandoned, but I told myself I was just being paranoid. As the night fell, I cooked myself a simple meal, a can of soup and some bread, and ate by the light of a lantern. I had no plans to go anywhere after dark. I knew better. The forest at night can be a dangerous place, even if it's just a short walk. Besides, I had the whole week ahead of me to explore. After dinner, I decided to get some rest. The bed in the back room was comfortable enough, with soft sheets and a heavy quilt that kept the chill of the mountain air at bay. The first night was quiet, too quiet, but I fell asleep quickly. The silence in the cabin was deep, unlike the constant hum of the world outside. The next morning, I woke up early. The sun had just started to rise, casting a soft, golden light through the cracks in the cabin's wooden walls. I made coffee, took a deep breath, and stepped outside. The air was crisp, fresh, and smelled of pine and earth. It was a beautiful morning, and for the first time in months, I felt like I could breathe deeply without the weight of the world on my shoulders. I spent most of the day hiking, exploring the woods around the cabin. There were trails I found, some clearly marked and others that seemed more like animal paths. The deeper I went, the more I felt the presence of the forest. It was hard to explain. It wasn't the kind of place that felt welcoming, more like a place that existed outside of time. The trees seemed to bend inward, creating walls of foliage that shut out the sun in certain spots. By the time I made my way back to the cabin, I felt an odd sense of unease. Maybe it was the deep quiet of the forest or the strange way the shadows seemed to lengthen as the day wore on. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching me. I kept telling myself it was just the forest, but it was hard to ignore. That night, things started to feel off. It was around 9 p.m. when I first heard the noises. At first, it was just a small sound, like something tapping against the side of the cabin. I didn't think much of it, probably just a branch moving in the wind. But then the tapping grew louder, more deliberate. I stood up from my spot by the fire and went to the window. The cabin was surrounded by trees, thick and dense. The only light came from the fire I'd stoked earlier, casting long shadows across the forest floor. I couldn't see anything out of the ordinary, but I had a feeling. I locked the door behind me, double-checking the latch. Still, something felt wrong. The tapping stopped, and then, just as I was about to sit back down, I heard something else. A low rustling sound, like footsteps in the leaves. I froze. My heart started to race, and a cold sweat broke out on the back of my neck. I stood by the window, holding my breath, waiting for the sound to come again. But there was nothing, just the stillness of the night. The rest of the evening passed in a tense quiet. I kept the fire going, not wanting to sit in the dark. I tried to relax, but every little sound seemed amplified, too sharp. I ended up going to bed early, hoping sleep would help me forget the unease that had settled in my gut. But sleep didn't come. I tossed and turned for hours, the sound of my own breathing the only thing I could focus on. Around 3 a.m., I heard the sound again. This time it was clearer, closer. It wasn't a branch or an animal. It was definitely footsteps, heavy and slow, like someone walking around the cabin. I sat up in bed, my heart pounding. I didn't know what to do. I wasn't sure if it was a person or if my mind was playing tricks on me. I grabbed the flashlight from the bedside table and crept to the window. I didn't dare open it, but I peeked through the small crack in the curtains. The woods outside were pitch black, the shadows deep. I couldn't see anything, but the sound was unmistakable. Someone or something was outside. The footsteps stopped for a moment, and I thought maybe whoever it was had gone away. But then they started again, slow and deliberate. I froze. My mind raced. What should I do? Should I call for help? But my phone had no signal, and there was no one for miles. I was on my own. I kept waiting for the footsteps to stop, but they never did. Felt like hours passed. My entire body was tense, my fingers white-knuckling the flashlight. Finally, the footsteps faded. I didn't know if they'd gone back into the woods or if they had just been walking away. I waited, listening, holding my breath, but after what felt like an eternity, there was nothing. No rustling, no footsteps, just the complete silence of the night. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. I stayed in bed, awake, watching the shadows on the walls. The sun didn't come soon enough. The next morning, I packed up my things and left. I didn't look back at the cabin. I didn't care about the forest or the peace I had come for. What I wanted was to get as far away from that place as possible. The drive back was long, but the further I got from the cabin, the lighter I felt. I never found out who or what was out there. I never asked. The mountain air, the quiet, the eerie silence, and the footsteps will always be with me. I've never been back to that cabin, and I never will. But what I know for sure is this: some places are meant to be left alone. Some places are best never to visit, no matter how beautiful they seem, because some things can't be explained. Some things don't need to be. It was early October, a little too late in the season for camping, but that's what made it appealing. I was 31 at the time, looking for a bit of solitude to clear my head. I'd spent too much time in the hustle of city life and needed a break. Something quiet, a cabin, out in the middle of nowhere, sounded perfect. The idea was simple: get away from the noise, the traffic, the constant reminders of work and bills. Just a few days of quiet, fresh air, and the crackle of a campfire. I found the place on a website that specialized in secluded cabins deep in the woods of the Appalachian Mountains in Tennessee. The listing had glowing reviews, perfect for hiking, peaceful. The cabin was well equipped, and the hosts were said to be friendly but gave you plenty of space. The photos showed an old, rustic cabin with a stone fireplace nestled by a creek. It looked like a postcard. Couldn't resist. The drive up was long. I'd already passed through towns that seemed to have long since given up on modernity. Each turn on the winding roads made me feel more and more alone, the cell signal dropping the further I went. The landscape changed from rolling hills to thick woods, the trees tall and dense, their leaves just starting to turn shades of yellow and orange. It was beautiful, but the isolation was palpable. No houses, no cars, just winding dirt roads and endless forests. By the time I arrived, the sun was setting. The cabin was a little further off the main road than I expected, tucked into a patch of trees with a small creek running by. There were no other cabins nearby, just woods. I pulled up to the driveway, which was more of a dirt path, with rocks scattered here and there. The cabin looked just like the pictures, but something about it felt off. Not eerie, but unsettling, like it didn't quite belong there. The wood was weathered, the windows dark, with an old porch swing hanging from the front. Everything about it screamed lonely, like it had been there for years, abandoned by time. I shook off the feeling. It was just nerves, I thought. The air smelled fresh, pine and earth, and I was tired from the long drive. After taking my bags inside, I set about getting comfortable. The inside was cozy, with a stone fireplace at one end and a thick rug on the floor. The furniture was old, but in good condition. Everything had a slightly dusty, lived-in feel. There was a stack of firewood near the hearth, and the kitchen, while small, was stocked with all the essentials. I unpacked, made myself a simple dinner of pasta, and ate by the fire. The crackling of the flames was soothing. The warmth made me feel at home, like everything would be fine. There was a large bookshelf with old novels, which I scanned for something to read, but most of the titles were unfamiliar. I settled for a short story collection, figuring I would stay up for a little while before bed. The night deepened, and the sky outside was pitch black, the stars scattered like diamonds. The only sound was the wind rustling through the trees, but it wasn't exactly a peaceful wind. It was almost too still, too quiet, the kind of wind that seemed to hold its breath. I brushed it off again, thinking I was just getting jumpy. The isolation had me a bit on edge, but that was part of the charm, right? Around 9 p.m., I decided it was time for bed. I switched off the lights, pulling the thick blanket over me. The bed was comfortable, but the quiet made it hard to fall asleep at first. I kept hearing little sounds, a twig snapping outside, a distant howl of a coyote, the occasional rustle of the wind. I told myself it was nothing, wildlife. It wasn't until I started to drift off that I heard it. Footsteps. They were soft, like someone walking slowly through the leaves, just outside the cabin. My eyes snapped open. There was no way anyone else was out here. The nearest town was miles away. It was too late for anyone to be out in the woods, especially in a place like this. My heart started racing. I lay there, straining to listen, but the footsteps didn't continue. I convinced myself it was just my imagination. Maybe the wind had made the leaves sound like footsteps. It wasn't uncommon for branches to snap in the wind, either. But then, just as I was about to close my eyes, I heard the unmistakable sound of a knock on the door. It was quiet, soft but deliberate, like someone gently tapping with their knuckles. 3 knocks. I froze. My mind raced. Who would be out here at this hour? The cabin was supposed to be secluded. I hadn't seen another soul for miles. I tried to shake off the panic, but my pulse was thundering in my ears. I grabbed my phone, but of course there was no signal. I waited, listening. Nothing. The wind was back to its eerie silence. No more knocks, no more footsteps. The whole world outside seemed to hold its breath again. I told myself I was just being paranoid. Maybe it was an animal. Maybe the wind had made it sound like a knock. I had to calm down, but I couldn't. I lay there, wide awake for the rest of the night, listening to every little sound, every crack in the cabin, every rustle of leaves. Morning finally came, and I hadn't slept at all. The light outside filtered through the trees, casting long shadows across the ground. I decided to go outside and take a walk. I needed to clear my head. As I stepped onto the porch, I noticed something strange. The ground around the cabin was undisturbed, but there were small footprints in the dirt leading away from the porch. They were too small to be mine, too small to be anyone who would stay at the cabin. I wasn't sure what to make of it. I felt a growing sense of unease, but I tried to ignore it, telling myself I was overthinking everything. The rest of the day passed uneventfully. I went for a long hike along the creek, trying to push the weirdness from my mind. The hike was beautiful, serene, just like I'd hoped. The sound of the water rushing over rocks was calming. But as I walked, I kept feeling like I wasn't alone. When I returned to the cabin that afternoon, I noticed something odd. One of the windows had been left slightly open. I was sure I had closed it when I left. I couldn't shake the feeling that someone had been inside. Felt like a violation. I spent the evening inside, the tension still gnawing at me. I tried to convince myself it was all in my head, but I couldn't help feeling like I was being watched. I stayed up late again, but this time I kept the lights on. It was just me and the cabin in the woods, with the fire crackling in the hearth. The darkness outside was so thick, I could barely see the trees just beyond the porch. The night felt oppressive, like the forest was closing in on me. Around midnight, I heard a noise, a shuffle near the door. My heart skipped a beat. Someone was definitely out there. I grabbed a flashlight and cautiously approached the door. My breath caught in my throat when I noticed something on the doorstep. A small bundle of twigs and branches, carefully arranged into a pile, was sitting there. It wasn't just random debris. It had been placed there intentionally, as if someone had been watching me. That was the moment I knew I couldn't stay any longer. I packed up my things as quickly as I could, my hands shaking. I didn't care about the money I'd spent. I wasn't going to risk staying another night in that cabin. I just wanted out. As I loaded up my car, I looked around one last time. The cabin stood in complete silence, almost as if it was waiting for me to leave. The woods around it felt like a trap, silent, suffocating. I didn't even look back as I drove away, the headlights cutting through the darkness, the feeling of being watched lingering in my mind. I made it back to the main road and eventually found a place with cell signal, calling the rental company to report what had happened. I never did find out who had been out there or why they'd been watching me, but I can't shake the feeling that I wasn't just paranoid. Someone had been out there, someone was watching, and for the first time I realized that some places are meant to be left alone. It was the summer of 2022 when I decided to take a trip by myself to a remote cabin tucked away in the mountains of North Carolina. I had just turned 29, feeling the weight of city life getting to me. The constant noise, the crowded streets, the rush of deadlines, it was all becoming too much. I needed to escape. My life had been one chaotic blur after another, and the thought of being alone, far away from any distractions, sounded like the perfect way to reset. The cabin was in a place called Blue Ridge Valley, not far from Asheville. It was a small, rustic structure, tucked into a patch of woods, surrounded by tall pines and thick brush. The kind of place you don't get to unless you've been specifically told where to go. I'd rented it through an online platform, having done minimal research. The listing had claimed it was off-grid, no phone service, no Wi-Fi, just the kind of peaceful isolation I was craving. I had imagined sitting on the porch with a cup of coffee, reading, maybe hiking, and generally just recharging. I arrived on a Wednesday afternoon. The weather was warm but not unbearable, with a gentle breeze rustling the trees around the cabin. The road leading up to the cabin was narrow and winding, making it seem more secluded than it already was. When I reached the end of the trail, I had to stop and take a moment to admire the view. The valley stretched for miles below me, with ridges and peaks in the distance. It was the kind of view that made you feel small, but in a good way. The kind of place where you could finally breathe. The cabin itself was just as I had imagined. small, made of weathered wood, with a steep slanted roof. The front porch had an old rocking chair, a few empty flower pots, and an overgrown garden at the edges. I smiled, grabbing my bags from the car. The front door was unlocked, and inside, the cabin smelled like pine wood and a faint musk, as if it had been sitting empty for months. It had an old-fashioned charm, rough-hewn beams in the ceiling, a small stone fireplace, and mismatched furniture that gave it a lived-in feel. I unpacked my things, putting some clothes in the small closet and settling my toiletries in the bathroom. Everything was functional but simple. There was a small kitchen, a cozy living room with a couple of couches, and a bedroom with a worn quilt on the bed. I felt a sense of peace. This was exactly what I needed. After unpacking, I grabbed a map from the drawer in the kitchen and began looking over the trails nearby. I figured I'd go for a hike to explore the area before sunset. The host had mentioned a few routes, one of which led to a creek, and another that looped around a higher ridge with a lookout. I decided on the creek trail as it seemed like an easy start. I was out the door within 30 minutes, walking down a narrow dirt path that seemed to disappear into the trees. The quiet was striking. There were no cars, no planes, nothing but the sound of birds chirping and the wind through the branches. My steps echoed softly on the dirt, and I could feel my body relaxing more with each step. The trail to the creek was only about a mile long, but it felt like a world away from anything I'd known. As I walked, the air grew cooler, the trees thicker, and the ground softer underfoot. After about 20 minutes, I arrived at the creek. It wasn't a roaring river, just a steady stream of water, cutting its way through the forest floor. I squatted beside it for a moment, listening to the gurgling water and breathing in the earthy smell of damp soil and moss. It was the kind of peaceful scene that made you feel like time didn't exist. I spent some time there, just sitting on a rock and letting my mind wander. I had no phone service, no distractions, and for the first time in months, it felt like everything was quiet enough to hear my own thoughts. The creek flowed steadily, unbothered by anything, while I felt like the world around me was slowly settling into something more bearable. By the time I headed back to the cabin, it was beginning to get dark. The air had cooled, and the sun was setting behind the mountains. When I returned to the cabin, I lit a fire in the small stone fireplace, then made myself some dinner. As I sat by the fire, eating the simple meal I'd prepared, I noticed a strange unease beginning to settle in my stomach. It was nothing major, just a vague sense that something wasn't quite right. Maybe it was the silence, the isolation, or the fact that I was alone in this remote place with no one for miles. Whatever it wasn't enough to stop me from finishing my meal and retreating to bed for the night. The night was uneventful at first. I lay in the bed under the heavy quilt, staring at the ceiling, trying to clear my mind. The sounds of the forest outside the cabin, distant rustling, the occasional call of a nocturnal animal, were comforting in their own way. But as the hours wore on, I found myself tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Around midnight, I heard it, a faint tapping on the window. I froze, my heart leaping in my chest. My first thought was that it was just a branch or something being blown by the wind, but then it happened again, louder this time. Tap, tap, tap. I sat up, staring at the window across the room. There was no way anything could be outside. It was completely dark, and the cabin was surrounded by thick trees. I told myself it was just a bird or something small, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. I tried to ignore the tapping, pulling the covers over my head, but it continued. Tap, tap, tap. It was almost rhythmic, like someone was purposely knocking, trying to get my attention. I glanced at the clock, 12:30 a.m. With my heart pounding in my chest, I got up and walked cautiously toward the window. I didn't want to look. I didn't want to see anything out there, but I had to know. I drew the curtain back just enough to peer outside. There was nothing. No animal. No person. Nothing at all. The darkness was thick and unbroken. I told myself it had been my imagination, that the wind had caused the sound, and I returned to bed, locking the door behind me. But sleep didn't come. I spent the rest of the night listening to the odd sounds outside, each one making me more and more anxious. The tapping eventually stopped, but then came the sound of something else. Footsteps, slow and deliberate, circling around the cabin. My mind raced, jumping to all sorts of conclusions. Was it an animal? Was it someone out there? Should I call for help? But the thought of running out to my car, alone in the pitch-black woods, seemed more terrifying than staying inside. I lay there wide awake until the first light of dawn crept in through the cracks of the window. The sounds had stopped, and the morning air felt almost calm. I got up early and made myself some coffee, trying to shake off the feeling that had settled deep into my bones. I decided to pack up and leave early. I wasn't sure if anything had really happened the night before, or if I had just gotten spooked by the isolation. But I wasn't willing to stay another night to find out. The drive back down the winding road was quiet, the morning mist hanging low over the mountains. I felt relief wash over me as I neared civilization again. The small town at the bottom of the valley, with its shops and restaurants, felt like a world away from the cabin, and I couldn't help but smile at the thought of seeing other people again. I never did find out what caused the sounds that night. The tapping, the footsteps, the creeping sensation that something was out there. It never made sense. But one thing was clear. Sometimes, the wild is more than just an escape from everyday life. It's a reminder that you're not as alone as you think, and in some cases, it's better to leave the unknown behind and return to safety. I learned that not every place is as peaceful as it seems, and sometimes it's best to trust your instincts, even if they don't have any logical explanation. After all, I didn't have to see anything to know I was better off leaving. I was 38 the first time I rented a cabin by myself. Not because I never had the chance before, but because I'd always just stayed in hotels or gone with groups when we did anything outdoors. But that year, in early October 2017, I needed time alone. Work had been brutal for months, and I was still getting over a rough breakup from the summer. I needed space to breathe, so I booked a 3-day stay at a rental cabin out in northern Michigan, in a place called Pine Hollow. It was near a little town called Gray Ridge, about 4 hours from my place in Lansing. I found the listing online, basic wood frame structure, about 100 yards from a small lake, with firewood included and a simple kitchen. No Wi-Fi, no cable, barely any phone signal. That was the draw. I left on a Thursday morning. The drive was long but easy, mostly trees, small towns, and winding roads once I got close. The air was already cooler than in the city, and the leaves had turned fully into their red and orange shades. The whole place felt still, like time moved slower there. The last half hour of the drive was down a narrow road that split off from a 2-lane highway. Gravel kicked up behind my car, and I passed a couple of trailhead signs before the road finally ended in a wide clearing with a single small cabin off to the left. It looked just like the photos. Nothing fancy, just a boxy 1-story cabin with a slanted roof and a wide front porch. There was a big pile of chopped firewood stacked against one wall and an old metal chair sitting near the front door. I got out and stretched. The wind moved through the trees around me, and I could hear the water gently lapping at the shore just beyond the cabin. A short, grassy path led down to it. I could already imagine sitting out by the fire pit with a beer in hand that night. Inside, it was simple but clean. A living area with a couch and a small wood stove, a kitchenette with an old stove and a mini fridge, a tiny bathroom with just a shower and a toilet, and a single bedroom with a queen-sized bed. The windows were small and had blinds. The place had a faint smell of wood smoke and pine. No signs of mold or rodents.
No creepy taxidermy.
It was quiet, felt perfect. The first night was uneventful. I unpacked, made some soup, sat by the fire for a while, and then read a book until I fell asleep. The only sounds were the wind in the trees and the creaking of the cabin as it settled. I slept like a rock. It was the second day when things started to feel off. I woke up early, around 6:30, and made coffee. I took it out to the little dock by the lake. The water was so still that it looked like glass. Mist hovered just above the surface. The whole scene looked like something off a postcard. I sat there for almost an hour just drinking coffee and listening to the birds. I decided to explore a little. There were hiking trails branching out from behind the cabin, marked with old wooden signs. I picked one that said, North Loop, 2.3 miles, and started walking. The trail was narrow and slightly overgrown in spots, but easy to follow. I didn't see anyone else out there, just squirrels, birds, and once the flash of a deer's tail deeper in the trees. About halfway through the loop, I found something strange. Off to the left of the trail, maybe 20 feet into the trees, there was a small clearing. I noticed it because the brush looked trampled. When I stepped closer, I saw what looked like a fire pit surrounded by 3 logs arranged like benches. There were empty beer bottles scattered around and some blackened wood in the pit. Someone had definitely used it, but not recently. Everything was wet with dew and a few of the bottles had moss starting to grow on them. But something about it made me feel uncomfortable. The clearing didn't look like it was part of the maintained trail system, and I hadn't seen it listed anywhere in the rental info. I didn't linger. I finished the loop and got back to the cabin around 10 o'clock. I tried to shake the uneasy feeling. Maybe it was just some teens or hunters who used that spot. It didn't mean anything. That night, I decided to have a fire out by the pit. I brought out a folding chair, a beer, and a flashlight just in case. I had cell service for maybe 2 bars, just enough to load a few emails. But I put the phone down quickly. I didn't want any reminders of the outside world. I just watched the fire for a long time and listened to the woods. At some point around 9:30, I heard a sound that made my stomach tighten. It came from beyond the tree line across the lake. It wasn't loud, but it was sharp, like a single snap of a branch being stepped on. I turned and stared into the darkness across the water. Nothing moved. The trees were just thick black shapes. I listened harder, trying to figure out if it was an animal, but there was nothing else.
No rustling, no footsteps.
Just silence. Still, I felt that same prickling on the back of my neck that I'd felt earlier that day when I saw that fire ring in the woods. I decided to put the fire out and head in. The wind had picked up and it was colder now. I locked the front door and pulled the blinds down. I stood there for a few minutes just staring out the small window over the sink. I couldn't see anything except the vague outline of trees swaying in the dark. I told myself it was just my imagination getting the best of me. The next morning, I went back out on the dock with my coffee. I expected to feel calm again, but I didn't. Something felt different. I kept looking at the tree line across the water. I didn't know what I expected to see. Maybe a deer, maybe nothing, but I felt watched. Around noon, I decided to hike again, but this time I took a different trail. I didn't want to pass that clearing again. I followed the south loop 1.8 miles this time. It was steeper but well marked. I tried to focus on the trees, the crunch of leaves under my boots, the smell of pine needles. Anything to keep my brain from drifting back to that weird sense of unease. About a mile in, I came across something else that made me stop. Nailed to a tree was a wooden board. It looked old and weathered, and on it were names, not carved, but painted in fading red. About 15 of them. Some had full names, others were just first names and dates. No context, just Jamie 2003 or Hunter October 2012. Some of the names had X marks next to them. I stood there for a long time just looking at it. It didn't look like a memorial or anything official, just a board with names. Creeped me out. I took a photo with my phone, even though the signal was gone and I couldn't search anything. I turned around and headed back, skipping the rest of the loop. The cabin felt colder when I returned. Not literally, just colder in that way a place feels when something's off. I kept the blinds shut the rest of the day and stayed inside. I didn't want to admit I was spooked, but I was. That night, I didn't make a fire. I just sat inside with the wood stove burning and tried to read. But I couldn't focus. Every creak of the cabin made me flinch. Every gust of wind outside sounded like footsteps. At one point, I swore I heard movement out near the lake, like something brushing through the grass. I turned off all the lights and stood at the window, peeking out through a small gap in the blinds. I couldn't see anyone, but I didn't sleep much that night. The final day, Sunday, I packed up early. I didn't bother with breakfast. I just wanted to get home. I loaded the car quickly, but before I left, I walked down to the dock one last time. I don't even know why. Maybe to convince myself it was all in my head. When I got to the dock, I froze. Sitting on the end of it, in the same spot where I'd sat each morning, was an empty beer bottle. The label was different from the ones I brought with me. It was old-looking and covered in dirt. I hadn't left it there. I was sure of it. I hadn't had a beer since Friday night, and I never brought any out in the morning. I didn't touch it. I just backed away and got in my car. On the way out, I passed a truck pulling onto the gravel road. A man inside gave me a nod as we passed. He looked like a hunter, maybe in his 50s. I didn't stop. I just kept driving. Back home, I searched for anything about Pine Hollow, Gray Ridge, or the names I saw on that board. Nothing turned up. Just basic rental listings and tourist pages. I even posted on a couple of forums asking if anyone had hiked there. No one responded. Weeks passed. I never heard anything more about it. But I never forgot it either. That feeling of being watched. That clearing in the woods. That board with names. The bottle on the dock. I've never gone back. I've taken trips since then. Other cabins, other parks, but never anywhere near Pine Hollow. I canceled the app, booked it through, and deleted the pictures. I still wonder sometimes if maybe I overreacted. If maybe it really was just an old fire ring, an abandoned party spot, a weird local tradition with that board. But the feeling I had in that place was real, and I trust my gut. Nothing ever happened to me physically. I left without a scratch, but mentally it shook me more than I'd like to admit. That quiet, peaceful place that was supposed to give me rest did the exact opposite. It reminded me how fast isolation can turn into paranoia, how something as simple as a sound in the woods or a beer bottle left in the wrong place can crawl into your head. It had been a long day on the road when I finally pulled up to the cabin. The sun was beginning to dip below the trees, casting long shadows across the forest floor. I could feel the weight of the long drive in my bones, and I couldn't wait to settle in for the night. I'd booked the cabin online, a secluded spot nestled in the mountains near a little town called Timber Ridge. The reviews said it was quiet, peaceful, perfect for getting away from everything. And that's exactly what I needed. I grabbed my duffel bag from the back of my car and looked around. The cabin sat alone at the end of a long dirt road, surrounded by tall trees that seemed to stretch forever. The air was crisp, with that fresh, earthy scent that only comes after a good rain. It had been storming earlier in the day, and I was glad the weather had cleared up by the time I arrived. The place looked like a postcard, just like the pictures online. I had rented the cabin for a few days to clear my head, away from the noise of city life. The past few months had been rough, work stress, personal issues, the usual grind. A bit of solitude seemed like the perfect escape. I had the place to myself, so I didn't have to worry about any distractions. The cabin was small, but it had everything I needed. A cozy living room with a stone fireplace, a kitchen, a bathroom, and a loft where the bed was. The furniture was simple but comfortable, and everything looked well kept. I took a deep breath as I stepped inside. This was exactly what I needed. After unpacking, I set a fire in the hearth and sat down with a cup of coffee. The crackling sound of the flames was soothing, and I let myself relax. The quiet was almost deafening. There wasn't a single sound except for the occasional snap of wood from the fire and the distant rustling of the trees outside. I hadn't realized how much I missed silence. By the time night fell, the temperature had dropped. I threw on a sweatshirt, grabbed my flashlight, and stepped outside to explore the area. The cabin was situated on a small hill, with a clearing in the woods behind it. The ground was soft, still damp from the rain earlier. As I walked deeper into the trees, I noticed how dense the forest was. The branches above me formed a canopy, blocking out most of the light from the moon. It was easy to get turned around in here. After a few minutes of walking, I found a small stream that cut through the forest. It was peaceful, the water trickling over the rocks as it wound its way through the woods. I sat on a nearby log, listening to the sound of the water. The air was cooler now, and the quiet of the forest was starting to feel almost oppressive. I sat there for a while, just enjoying the solitude. But then, I started to feel something I couldn't quite explain. A a sense of unease. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up, and I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. I looked around, but there was nothing, just trees, rocks, and the sound of the water. Still, I couldn't shake it. Felt like I was being watched. I shook my head, dismissing the thought. I was just being paranoid, I told myself. It was probably just the isolation getting to me. But as I stood up to leave, I noticed something strange. There were fresh footprints in the mud near the water. They weren't mine. They were too big, too deep. I froze. Someone had been here. Someone had been watching me. I didn't know what to do. The idea of turning around and going back to the cabin felt wrong. But I didn't want to stand here in the dark, either. So I did the only thing I could think of. I turned and made my way back to the cabin as quickly as I could. When I got back, I locked all the doors and checked the windows. The silence inside felt heavier than before, like something was pressing in on me. I tried to push the feeling aside and made myself a simple dinner. The whole time, I kept glancing out the window, half expecting to see someone standing just outside the circle of light from the cabin. That night, I lay in bed, unable to sleep. The feeling of being watched never left me. I kept hearing things. A creak in the floorboards, the wind rustling against the walls. But every time I looked around, there was nothing. Just the same dimly lit room. It was as though my mind was playing tricks on me. Around 2 a.m., I heard a noise that made my blood run cold. It was coming from downstairs. A door, slowly opening. I held my breath, listening. The sound was unmistakable. The door to the cabin's back entrance had opened, just enough to make a soft creaking sound. I froze wide awake now. My heart pounded in my chest, and my hands were clammy. I didn't move, didn't breathe. The seconds stretched on forever, but nothing happened.
No footsteps.
No more sounds. I waited, and then I waited some more. But eventually, I couldn't take it anymore. I had to know. Slowly, I crawled out of bed and crept down the stairs, my footsteps barely making a sound on the wooden steps. My flashlight flickered as I grabbed it from the kitchen counter. I shone it toward the back door. It was wide open, not all the way, but enough that I could see the dark shape of the night outside. I stepped toward the door, holding the flashlight out in front of me. The air was cold, and the wind had picked up again. I could hear it whistling through the cracks in the doorframe. I stepped outside, my breath visible in the night air, and scanned the area around me. There was nothing, no sign of anyone. I double-checked the locks and closed the door behind me. The cabin felt even quieter now, almost suffocating. I couldn't shake the feeling that someone had been here, that someone was watching. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. The hours dragged by, each minute stretching on forever. I sat in the living room, keeping the lights on, and waited for morning to come. When daylight finally broke, I felt a little better. The fear that had gripped me during the night seemed to have eased, replaced by a nagging curiosity. I wasn't going to let this place get the better of me. I had come here to relax, and I wasn't going to let my imagination ruin it. I decided to head into Timber Ridge for a bit. The town was small, with a few shops and a diner. It wasn't much, but it was a welcome break from the isolation. I grabbed a coffee and sat at a table, listening to the quiet hum of the place. The town seemed normal enough, but as I looked around, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. When I asked the waitress about the cabin, she gave me a strange look. "That old place?" she said, shaking her head. "You're braver than most. People say it's haunted, you know?" I just laughed it off. "I haven't seen anything out of the ordinary." She gave me a tight smile but didn't say anything else. I paid my bill and headed back to the cabin. The drive felt longer than it had earlier, and by the time I reached the cabin, I was ready to relax. I locked the door behind me, checked the windows once more, and sat down with a book. But as the sun began to set, the feeling of being watched came back. It was like the trees themselves were staring at me, their branches scraping against the cabin walls. I couldn't focus on my book. Every creak of the floor, every gust of wind, made me jump. I decided to head out for a walk. Maybe the fresh air would clear my head. As I wandered through the woods again, the same sense of unease began to creep up on me. The footprints by the stream were still fresh in my mind. But this time, as I walked further into the woods, I felt something different. A presence, something there, just beyond the trees. I stopped. I was sure I heard something, footsteps. I turned around quickly, shining my flashlight into the darkness. But there was no one there. I started walking back to the cabin. Slowly at first, but then quicker. My steps grew faster as the feeling of being followed pressed down on me. By the time I reached the cabin, I was nearly running. I slammed the door shut and bolted it. I didn't feel safe outside anymore. The next day, I packed up and left. I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. The cabin that had once felt like a peaceful retreat now seemed like a trap. When I got to my car, I took one last look at the cabin. The front door was wide open. I didn't stay around to see who had opened it. I drove away without looking back. It was late October of 2017 when I booked the cabin. I was 33 years old, living in northern Illinois at the time, and dealing with a burnout I couldn't shake off. I worked for a small landscaping company. Long days, too many clients, not enough guys on the crew. The season was slowing down, and I needed a break. My shoulders felt like they were full of gravel, and my sleep had been off for months. I wasn't looking for anything luxurious, just quiet. Somewhere off the grid where I wouldn't have to listen to clients call me about the shape of their hedges or the color of their lawns. My girlfriend had just moved out a few months earlier, and I was still trying to get used to the silence she left behind in the apartment. I figured a weekend away might help. I found the place on a listing site. The pictures were simple. Small wood cabin tucked into a hilly stretch of land in southern Wisconsin, about 4 hours from where I lived. It looked old but clean. There was a small pond in the back, thick woods on every side, and a narrow dirt road leading up to it. The ad said no Wi-Fi, no cable, no service, just you and the trees. That sounded perfect. I booked 3 nights, Friday through Monday. The owner's name was Greg. All I needed was the keypad code, and a note said there was a binder with instructions inside. Easy enough. I packed light, just a duffel with clothes, some food, a sleeping bag, a few books, and a toolbox I always kept in my truck just in case. I left around 10 a.m. on Friday. The drive was uneventful, mostly flat roads and farmland until I got closer to the cabin. The last hour or so, the landscape changed. More hills, tight curves, tall trees lining both sides of the road. I didn't see many houses. One gas station in a town called Lormont, then nothing for miles. By the time I turned off onto the dirt road the listing mentioned, it was close to 2:30 in the afternoon. The road looked like it hadn't been used much. Ruts in the dirt, some old branches laying across it. I slowed down, inching around the deeper ruts so I wouldn't scrape the bottom of my truck. Trees leaned in on both sides like they were closing in. My tires kicked up dust and dry leaves as I crept along. Eventually, the trees opened up into a clearing and I saw the cabin. It was smaller than I expected. 1 story, maybe 20 by 30 feet total. The roof sagged slightly in the middle. The logs that made up the walls were dry and darkened by time. There was a small porch with 2 steps and a rocking chair. Off to the side, I saw a rusted fire pit and an old wooden bench. The pond in the back was maybe 60 feet wide, still and covered in leaves. A few dead cattails stood at the edge, and I could see some frogs jump when I stepped out of the truck. The woods on the far side of the pond were thick and dark, like they hadn't been touched in decades. I grabbed my bag and headed up to the porch. The keypad worked fine. Inside, the cabin was exactly what I expected. 1 big room, small wood stove in the corner, basic kitchenette, a fold-out futon against one wall, shelves full of old paperbacks and board games. The air smelled stale, like it hadn't been opened up in months, but there was no mold or anything nasty. The windows were cloudy but intact. The floor creaked under my boots. I set my bag down, opened the binder on the counter, and flipped through it. Nothing weird. Instructions on how to light the stove, where the extra firewood was stacked out back. A note about no trash pickup and to take everything with me when I left. There was an emergency number scribbled on the back page, but no cell service, of course. By the time I unpacked and got settled in, it was almost 4 o'clock. The sun was already dipping behind the hills. I made a quick meal, some canned chili on the stovetop, and sat outside on the porch to eat. The woods were quiet. No cars, no voices, just wind in the trees and the occasional rustle in the underbrush. Felt peaceful. That first night was uneventful. I read for a while, then laid out my sleeping bag on the futon. The wind picked up after dark, and the cabin creaked a little, but that was normal. I slept solid. Woke up once around 3 a.m. to pee and noticed how dark it was out there.
No moon.
No stars, just black. I remember how loud my footsteps sounded on the wooden floor, how the frogs had gone quiet, but I went back to sleep without any trouble. It was Saturday morning when things started to feel strange. I got up around 7 a.m., made some coffee on the little propane stove, and went outside to walk the perimeter of the cabin. I do that sometimes when I'm staying somewhere new, just checking the place out. There wasn't much to see. The firewood stack behind the cabin was dry and neatly stacked. No signs of recent animals or anything. But when I walked toward the pond, I noticed something odd. There were footprints near the water's edge. Not mine. These were wider, longer, maybe size 13 or 14, barefoot. You could see the toes clearly in the mud. Whoever it was had walked from the treeline down to the water, then turned around and walked back the same way. There were no other tracks, just a single path. It looked fresh. I stared at them for a while, then looked toward the trees across the pond. Nothing moved, no sound. I figured maybe it was the owner or someone passing through before I got there. Maybe even a hiker who'd wandered through. Still, it didn't make sense. The trail I drove in on didn't show signs of other vehicles. And those prints were barefoot. Who the hell walks through thick woods barefoot in October? I let it go, told myself not to make a big deal out of it. I spent the rest of the morning chopping some kindling from the firewood pile, reading a few chapters of a paperback, and fixing one of the hinges on the back door that was starting to come loose. Around 2 p.m., I decided to hike a bit into the woods. I wanted to see how far the treeline stretched. I grabbed a flashlight, my water bottle, and a small folding knife I always carried. I followed the trail behind the pond. It wasn't a real trail, more like a game path. I pushed through the brush slowly, marking trees with my boot as I went so I could find my way back. After about 20 minutes of walking, I found something that made me stop. There was a clearing, smaller than the one the cabin sat in, but right in the center was a pile of old junk. Metal scraps, rusted out cans, a broken chair, torn canvas. It looked like an old camp that had been abandoned for years. But what really caught my eye was the half-buried cooler. Red plastic cracked on one side. I kicked some leaves away and popped it open. Inside, there were old food wrappers, a moldy thermos, and a soggy notebook. I pulled the notebook out and opened it. Most of the pages were waterlogged and stuck together, but I could read a few lines. Dates, food logs, notes like saw movement near the ridge, and don't go past the creek again. The handwriting was shaky. Toward the back of the book, there were pages torn out. The last full page just said, "Going to try and sleep. If I hear it again, I'm leaving before dawn." That was enough for me. I put the notebook back, kicked some leaves over the cooler, and backed out of the clearing. I made my way back to the cabin faster than I came in, glancing over my shoulder every few minutes. The woods felt different now, heavier, like something was watching. The rest of the afternoon, I stayed inside. I tried to read, but my mind kept going back to those footprints, that notebook, the feeling in those trees. I didn't eat much for dinner, just a protein bar and some jerky. The wind picked up again after dark, louder than before. It whistled through the gaps in the window frames, rattling the glass. I didn't sleep well that night. Every creak in the cabin made me sit up. Around midnight, I thought I heard something out by the fire pit. A scrape, maybe, like something being dragged. I held still for a long time, listening. I didn't look outside. By Sunday morning, I decided I wasn't staying the full third night. When the sun came up, I made coffee, packed up my bag, and loaded everything back into the truck. I figured I'd eat breakfast on the road and get home before dark. I locked up, double-checked that I had everything, and backed down the dirt trail slowly, same way I came in. But about 100 yards from the main road, I saw something that stopped me cold. In the middle of the dirt path was a pair of footprints, barefoot, same size as before, but this time they were facing toward the cabin. Deep, clean prints, no tire marks over them, which meant someone had walked down that road after I came in. I drove around them slowly, heart pounding, and didn't stop until I reached the main highway. When I got home, I showered, locked all my doors, and didn't unpack for 2 days. I kept thinking about those footprints, that notebook, the clearing full of junk. I never left a review. I never contacted the owner. I didn't tell my friends about it for almost a year. To this day, I don't know who made those tracks or what happened out there. But I do know this: I will never rent a cabin that deep in the woods again. Not without cell service. Not without backup. Some places are quiet for a reason. And sometimes the silence isn't empty. It's hiding something. And I'm not going. It was September 2018 when I agreed to take a job that I probably should have passed on. I was 34 then, working odd jobs and picking up seasonal work where I could. I'd left a warehouse job in Idaho about 3 months earlier and had been sleeping in my truck off and on, staying with a couple of buddies here and there. I was driving through Oregon when I stopped at this gas station off Route 58 near Oak Ridge. I saw a little handwritten flyer on the bulletin board by the door. It said, "Looking for a solo worker to do end-of-season cleanup on a remote cabin. 1-week job. Supplies and pay provided. Must be comfortable working alone. No cell service. Serious inquiries only. Call Jim." There was a number scribbled underneath. At the time, I was flat broke, and I'd already eaten my last can of chili the night before. The idea of a week's work with a place to stay sounded like exactly what I needed. I called the number on a payphone inside the station. Jim sounded older. He didn't ask many questions, just said if I could meet him in a couple of hours in a nearby parking lot, he'd take me up there and show me the place. That's how it started. We met in the gravel lot of an old logging equipment yard. Jim pulled up in a dark blue Ford Bronco, stepped out, and gave me a quick nod. He was maybe in his 60s, had a trimmed gray beard, and wore a red plaid jacket with duct tape patching one elbow. Without much small talk, he told me to follow him up a Forest Service road for about an hour. The road was rough and winding. The higher we went, the more the trees pressed in. Eventually, we hit a narrow gravel path with grass growing in the middle and tree branches brushing both sides of my truck. It was getting late in the afternoon when we finally reached the cabin. The cabin was tucked deep into the woods, surrounded by tall Douglas firs. It sat on a raised wooden foundation with a small front porch. The siding was weathered gray, and the roof had a few spots that sagged slightly. There was a fire pit out front, an old rusted water tank mounted on a wooden frame, and a narrow path leading out into the trees behind the cabin. Jim told me the place belonged to a buddy of his who let people rent it out in the summer months. He said the rental season was over, and the owner was out of state. All he needed me to do was clean the place up, haul out the trash, shut off the water lines, and make sure the place was sealed up tight for winter. 1 week's work. He handed me a bag of groceries, a flashlight, a propane canister, and a set of keys. Then he left. I remember watching his taillights disappear through the trees and thinking the silence felt heavier than it should have. The first night wasn't bad. I made a fire in the wood stove, heated up some soup, and walked around the cabin to get a feel for it. There were 2 small bedrooms, one with a bunk bed, the other with a full-sized mattress on a creaky metal frame. The kitchen had an old propane stove and a steel sink with a hand pump. There was no fridge, just a cooler left in the corner with some leftover ice. No electricity either. The inside smelled like pine and smoke. There were a few spiderwebs in the corners, dust on the windowsills, and a couple of mouse droppings under the sink, but nothing too bad. I slept in the smaller room that first night in the bottom bunk. The next morning, I woke up early and started cleaning. I swept out both rooms, washed the windows with a bucket of warm water and vinegar I found under the sink, and dusted the shelves. I hauled out a few bags of trash left behind by renters, empty beer bottles, used paper towels, and snack wrappers. There was an old notebook someone had left behind on the table with a few pages torn out. That night, I sat out on the porch with a can of beans, watching the trees move in the wind. I didn't have cell service, but I wasn't expecting to. I was used to being alone in the woods. I'd done a few backpacking trips in northern Montana a couple of years before, and being by myself never really bothered me. But something about that second night made me uneasy. Started with a noise, something dragging. I was half asleep in the bottom bunk when I heard it outside, just past the window. It wasn't footsteps. It was something softer, like someone pulling a heavy tarp or dragging a bag through dry leaves. I sat up in the dark. I didn't have a clock, but it felt like the middle of the night. The fire had gone out, and the room was cold. I grabbed my flashlight and aimed it at the window, but the glass was fogged from the inside. I couldn't see anything. I didn't go outside. I just sat there for maybe an hour, listening. Nothing else happened. The next morning, I walked around the cabin to check for tracks. There were a few scuffs in the dirt on the left side of the house. Long, sweeping marks, maybe from a deer or something else. But they didn't go anywhere. They just stopped a few feet from the cabin wall. That third day, I started on the back of the property. There was a shed about 30 yards behind the cabin, half sunk into the ground and almost hidden under a layer of fallen needles and branches. The door was swollen from moisture and hard to open. Inside, it smelled like wet wood and mouse droppings. There were a few rusty tools hanging from nails, an old shovel, a saw with a broken handle, and a length of chain coiled in the corner. On the floor, under a blue tarp, I found several empty gas cans and a stack of cardboard boxes. Most were damp and falling apart, but one box had a few items still dry inside. Cans of food with faded labels, a moldy sleeping bag, and a plastic case with a broken zipper. I didn't touch any of it, just closed the door and left it alone. That night, I was in bed early. I'd spent most of the day scrubbing the walls with a stiff brush, trying to get rid of the mildew in the corners. Around midnight, I woke up again. Same sound, dragging, only this time closer. I got up, went to the front window and looked out. There was nothing there, but the trash bags I'd stacked by the porch were gone. I walked outside with my flashlight. The bags were about 20 feet away, down near the edge of the trees, ripped open. The contents, paper towels, cans, food wrappers, were scattered in the dirt. I figured it could have been a bear, but there were no claw marks, no tracks. Just the same scuff patterns in the dirt. I didn't sleep much after that. By the fifth day, I was jumpy. Every creak of the floor, every gust of wind made me nervous. I kept telling myself it was just wildlife. The cabin was old, the woods were thick, and I'd been alone too long. Still, I started locking the door at night. I placed the flashlight and a crowbar beside the bed. I even moved the bed so it was facing the door. Then came the sixth night. It was cold that evening. I chopped wood all afternoon and was sweating through my shirt when I went inside. I made some rice and beans, then sat by the fire for a while before heading to bed. At around 3 a.m., I woke up to a different sound. Not dragging this time, breathing. It was outside the wall, slow, heavy breathing. I stayed perfectly still. My flashlight was dead. I hadn't replaced the batteries. The breathing went on for what felt like minutes. Then silence. I stayed awake until dawn. When I finally stepped outside, I found something that made my stomach twist. There were bare footprints in the dirt. Not animal tracks, human footprints, medium-sized, no shoes, just prints in the cold, damp earth leading from the trees to the front porch. Then nothing. They stopped at the door. I packed my bag that afternoon. I didn't care about the rest of the cleanup. I threw the trash in the shed, shut off the main valve to the water tank, and locked the front door. I left a note on the kitchen table for Jim, saying I had to leave early. By the time I got to the truck, the sun was dropping low behind the ridge. I drove fast down the gravel road, not stopping once. I didn't see anyone. I didn't hear anything. But I didn't feel safe until I hit the main road and saw a few power lines again. I never called Jim, never asked for the rest of the money. I just drove south until I hit Klamath Falls, rented a cheap room, and stayed there for 2 nights straight trying to sleep. 2 months later, I was at a library in Medford using the internet. I looked up the property. The parcel was listed under a company name, something generic like Cascade Retreat Holdings. I found a few old forum posts from people who'd stayed at the cabin. One person mentioned weird noises. Another said their car got broken into while parked up the road. But nobody mentioned footprints or breathing. I let it go. But a year later, I was back near that area, passing through for another job. I couldn't stop myself. I drove up the forest road again, just to see. The road was blocked. A new gate had been installed, metal with a fresh padlock. There was a sign posted on the gate. Private property, no trespassing. Under surveillance. But what really caught me was the note tacked below the sign. It was laminated. Just a plain white sheet of paper with typed text. If you've been here before, please do not return. For your safety, this is not a campsite. That was it. I turned the truck around and drove off. I haven't been back since. I've worked a lot of tough jobs in remote places, mines, farms, logging camps, but that week up at that cabin was the only time I've truly felt like someone was watching me. Someone who didn't want me there. Someone who waited. My name's Kyle, and this happened about 8 years ago, in the fall of 2017. I was 33 at the time. I was living in Ohio back then, working in construction, and I had just gone through a rough breakup that left me mentally drained. I didn't have kids, and I wasn't married, so I didn't have much holding me back when I decided I needed to get away from everything for a while. One of my co-workers, Jason, mentioned that his uncle had an old hunting cabin out in the Ridgeview Woods in southern West Virginia. He told me it hadn't been used much in years, but it was still standing, and if I just needed peace and quiet, it would be perfect. I remember him saying it was off the grid. No electricity, no running water, and barely any phone signal. That sounded like exactly what I needed. Jason gave me directions scribbled on a yellow notepad. It was way off the main highway down 2 county roads, then onto a gravel path that ran deep into the woods. The closest real town was over an hour away. I packed my truck with supplies: canned food, bottled water, a camp stove, my sleeping bag, a flashlight, batteries, a big jug for backup water, and a hunting knife I kept mostly for comfort. I even brought a couple of paperback books and a portable solar charger for my phone, just in case. I wasn't planning on calling anyone, but I figured better safe than sorry. It was the second week of October when I made the drive. The leaves had turned deep shades of red and orange, and the sky was that kind of cold, clear blue that you only get in the fall. It was beautiful, but something about it also made me feel a little hollow. Like I knew winter was coming, and everything was about to go still. I reached the gravel road a little after 3 p.m. The directions were surprisingly accurate. I drove slowly down the narrow path, the trees crowding the road from both sides. At some points, the branches were so low they scraped the top of the truck. I kept going for what felt like forever until finally the trees opened up a little, and I saw the roof of the cabin through the trees. It sat in a small clearing, surrounded by dense forest. The structure looked old but sturdy, logs stacked tight, a metal roof that had rusted around the edges, and a wooden porch that sagged slightly in the middle. There was a fire pit out front, surrounded by a circle of rocks, and a woodpile against the side of the cabin. Most of the logs were soft with age and covered in moss, but a few looked fresh enough to use. I parked the truck, grabbed my gear, and walked up to the cabin. The door creaked when I pushed it open, and the inside smelled like old pine, dust, and mildew. There were 2 windows, one on each side wall, and a small iron stove in the corner for heating. The floor was uneven in spots, and the furniture was basic. A wooden table, 2 chairs, a bunk bed, and a set of hooks on the wall where someone had once hung coats or rifles. I could tell no one had stayed there in a long time. Spiderwebs hung in the corners, and mouse droppings dotted the floor near the stove. I spent the rest of the daylight sweeping out the place, wiping down the surfaces with some bleach wipes I brought, and getting everything set up. I set up my sleeping bag on the lower bunk, lit a candle, and started heating up some soup on my little stove. When it got dark, it got really dark. I couldn't see past the tree line, and the only sounds were the wind in the trees and the occasional rustle of an animal in the underbrush. The first night was quiet. I didn't sleep great, but I didn't expect to. The silence was heavier than I thought it would be. When you live in the city, even in a small one like mine, you're never really alone. Out here, it was just me and the woods. The second day, I spent some time exploring the area around the cabin. I followed a narrow trail that led up behind the building and into the trees. It wasn't well marked, but it looked like people had walked it before. Maybe Jason's uncle or some hunters from years ago. I followed it for a while, stepping over roots and ducking under branches, until it led to a rocky outcrop that overlooked a shallow ravine. I could see a small stream at the bottom, and the sound of it was almost comforting. I stayed there for a while, just watching the water and breathing in the cool air. That evening, I chopped some of the fresher wood and got a fire going outside. I didn't bother with the stove inside since it wasn't that cold yet. I sat by the fire, eating a can of beans and staring into the flames. I thought about my ex, about the way things had ended, about how tired I was of pretending like everything was okay. Out here, at least I didn't have to pretend. Later that night, I woke up to a thud on the side of the cabin. It wasn't loud, but it was sharp and sudden enough to pull me out of sleep. I sat up, heart pounding, and listened. Nothing, just the wind again. I grabbed my flashlight and walked over to the door. I opened it slowly and scanned the darkness. The trees stood still, and the fire pit was nothing but cold ashes. I told myself it was probably a branch falling or maybe a raccoon knocking over something. Still, I didn't sleep much after that. The third day was colder. The wind had picked up, and clouds rolled in by mid-morning. I stayed close to the cabin, collecting more wood and double-checking the locks on the windows. I noticed something strange near the woodpile that afternoon, what looked like a footprint in the mud. It was probably mine, I thought at first, but the tread didn't match my boots. It was wider, and the heel looked deeper, like whoever made it had been carrying something heavy. I stared at it for a while before brushing some leaves over it and walking away. That night, I built another fire outside, more out of habit than anything else. I felt uneasy, like I was being watched, though I hadn't seen anyone or anything all day. No animals, no birds, not even squirrels. It was just quiet, too quiet. I sat with my back to the cabin wall, so nothing could sneak up behind me. The fire cracked, and I tried to focus on the warmth, but the feeling wouldn't go away. I kept looking over my shoulder into the woods. Just before midnight, I heard something again. Not a thud this time, more like footsteps. Slow, deliberate steps just outside the ring of firelight. I held my breath and stayed perfectly still. The steps stopped, and I swung the flashlight in that direction. Nothing, just trees. I stood up and took a few steps forward, shining the light between the trunks. Still nothing, but the feeling stayed, and it got worse. I went back inside and locked the door. I shoved the table against it for good measure and sat on the lower bunk with my knife in hand. I didn't sleep at all that night. The next morning, I decided I needed to leave. I didn't care if I was overreacting. I'd planned to stay for a week, but I wasn't going to sit in that cabin another night. I packed everything into the truck, did a quick sweep to make sure I hadn't left anything, and got in to drive out. But the truck wouldn't start. The engine cranked once, then died. I tried again. Nothing. The battery wasn't dead, at least not completely. It had enough power to turn on the dash lights, but the engine wouldn't catch. I opened the hood and checked what I could, but I'm no mechanic. Nothing obvious was wrong. It didn't make sense. It had started just fine 3 days ago. I hadn't even driven it since. I felt a cold panic creeping in. I was over an hour from the nearest town, and there was no signal. I walked around the clearing, holding my phone up, trying to find even a single bar. Nothing. The clouds hung low, and the wind was sharp. I realized I might have to hike out. I didn't want to do that unless I absolutely had to, so I gave myself one more day. I rationed my food and checked the map I'd brought. There was an old service road that crossed about 2 miles north. If the truck didn't start tomorrow, I'd pack light and head there. That night was the worst. I didn't light a fire. I didn't want to draw attention. I stayed inside, keeping the flashlight close and the knife even closer. Around 1 a.m., I heard something moving outside the cabin. This time it wasn't footsteps. It sounded like someone or something breathing. Slow, raspy breathing, just beneath the window on the left side of the cabin. I froze. I didn't move. I didn't shine the light. I just sat there, holding my breath, my heart thumping so hard I could hear it in my ears. The breathing continued for a long time, at least 10 minutes. Then it stopped. A few seconds later, I heard the crunch of leaves, just once, then nothing. I didn't sleep. As soon as the sun rose, I grabbed my pack, threw in what I needed, and left the rest. I took the knife, the flashlight, a bottle of water, and a few snacks. I marked the path to the service road on the map and started walking. It was rough going. The terrain was steep in places, and the trail was barely visible. At one point, I lost it completely and had to backtrack. My legs were sore, and the cold wind didn't help. But I kept going, checking the map every few minutes. After about 2 hours, I found the road. It was overgrown and barely recognizable, but I followed it. About a mile down, I finally got a signal. My phone lit up with texts and missed calls. I called Jason first and told him what was going on. He said he'd get his uncle and come get me. They reached me 3 hours later. His uncle didn't say much, but when I told him what I'd heard and seen, he just nodded. The sun had already dipped below the horizon by the time I reached the cabin. The faint glow of twilight was barely visible through the trees that surrounded me on all sides. I parked my truck at the end of the dirt path, which was barely visible in the dark. I could hear the distant sound of the lake lapping against the shore. Lake Hollow, I had read about it online, described as an isolated and peaceful retreat from the world. A cabin surrounded by dense woods, away from any prying eyes, the perfect place to be alone. I had arrived earlier in the day to set up, but there was something about this place that left me unsettled. It wasn't the cabin itself. It was old but sturdy, a bit rustic, but comfortable enough. The problem was the silence. I mean, I expected some quiet, but this was something else. It was like the world outside had just stopped. There were no birds, no wind rustling through the leaves, not even the sound of animals moving around, just an eerie stillness. But at the time, I had shrugged it off. I was there for a break from everything: work, my hectic life in the city, the stress, the noise. A retreat, I thought. Just me, some peace, and the lake. That first evening, I unpacked my things and went down to the lake to take in the view. The water was almost black in the fading light, and the shore was eerily quiet. It wasn't until I came back up to the cabin that I noticed the door was slightly ajar. I was sure I had closed it earlier. I stood there for a moment, frozen, trying to reason with myself. Maybe I hadn't shut it properly. Maybe it had just been the wind. Still, I didn't like it. I closed the door and locked it, but the feeling of being watched didn't go away. I couldn't shake it off. So, I lit a fire in the hearth, grabbed a book, and tried to distract myself. But the shadows on the walls seemed to move of their own accord, and the crackling fire only seemed to make the silence feel deeper, more profound. It wasn't until I went to bed that things took a turn. I was lying in the small, creaky bed, the warmth of the fire still lingering in the air, when I heard it. A faint scratching sound, like nails on wood. At first, I thought it was just the house settling. I turned over, trying to ignore it, but the sound came again, louder this time. I sat up, straining my ears. It was coming from the back door. I knew I had locked it, but it didn't stop the unease from crawling up my spine. I grabbed the flashlight and made my way to the door. There was nothing. The wind, I thought it must have been the wind. I went back to bed, but sleep was elusive. Every creak of the cabin, every rustle of the trees outside, kept me on edge. I couldn't shake the feeling that someone or something was outside, watching. The next day, I decided to take a walk around the area. The woods were dense, and the trail that led to the lake was overgrown, barely visible in some parts. As I walked further, I realized just how isolated I was. There were no other cabins, no signs of life, nothing but trees. I didn't see any wildlife either, which I found strange. No squirrels, no birds, not even insects. The place felt too quiet. I found a small clearing near the lake, and for the first time since I arrived, I felt a little more at ease. I sat down, took a deep breath, and enjoyed the peace. It was hard to believe that just the night before, I was so on edge. But as I sat there, something caught my eye. Across the clearing, just past the edge of the trees, I saw a figure. It was too far away to make out clearly, but I could tell it was tall, almost unnaturally so. My heart skipped a beat. My mind raced, trying to come up with an explanation. Maybe it was just someone else out hiking. Maybe someone else had rented a cabin nearby and was taking a walk. But as the seconds ticked by, the figure didn't move. It just stood there, still as a statue. And then, without warning, it was gone. Vanished. I stood up abruptly, my legs shaking. There was no way someone could have moved that quickly through the trees without making a sound. I didn't know what to think. It could have been my mind playing tricks on me, but deep down, I knew something wasn't right. That night, I tried to ignore the growing unease. I made sure to lock every door and window, checked the front porch, and made sure everything was in place. But the stillness of the night, the absence of any sound outside, made it hard to feel safe. I stayed by the fire, reading, trying to keep my mind occupied, but I kept hearing that scratching sound again. It was louder this time, more insistent, and it was coming from the window by the couch. I couldn't bring myself to look. I just stayed frozen in place, staring into the fire, willing the noise to stop. But it didn't. It continued like something or someone was trying to get in. I couldn't take it any longer. I grabbed the flashlight and went over to the window. There was nothing there, but the feeling of eyes on me lingered. I felt like I wasn't alone. I spent the rest of the night huddled by the fire, too scared to move. The rest of the night passed in a blur, filled with the sound of my heart pounding in my chest. By morning, I was exhausted, but I knew I had to leave. I couldn't stay another night in that cabin. As I packed my things, I kept hearing that scratching sound again, louder this time, right outside the door. I didn't want to look. I didn't want to know, but I couldn't shake the feeling that whatever was out there was closer than ever. The door rattled just once. I froze, terrified to move, but I couldn't stay. I grabbed my bags and ran out the door. The truck felt like a safe haven as I drove away from the cabin, the eerie woods fading behind me. My heart was still racing, but I felt the weight lift from my shoulders as I put distance between myself and Lake Hollow. I didn't stop until I was miles away, my hands gripping the wheel so tightly my knuckles turned white. It wasn't until I was well past the edge of the woods that I finally felt safe. I couldn't explain what had happened at the cabin, and maybe I didn't need to. All I knew was that I was never going back. When I reached the nearest town, I found a small diner and decided to stop for some coffee. As I sat there, trying to calm my nerves, I overheard a conversation between two locals. One of them mentioned a strange, long-forgotten tragedy in Lake Hollow. Something about a man who had gone missing in the woods many years ago, never to be found. That was the last piece of the puzzle. I had been the latest in a long line of visitors to feel the strange pull of Lake Hollow. I didn't know what had happened to that man, or why it was affecting the place so strongly, but I knew one thing for sure. I would never set foot near that cabin again. As the sun set that evening, I made my way home, but the memories of Lake Hollow would stay with me forever. An unnerving reminder of how easy it is to get lost in the quiet and how dangerous it is to ignore the feelings that tell you to leave. I never found out what was really out there, but I didn't need to. It was clear enough that Lake Hollow had a way of claiming people, and I somehow had narrowly escaped its grip. I was 38 when I decided I needed to get away for a while. I had just gone through a long, drawn-out divorce that drained everything out of me. My ex-wife and I had been together for over a decade, and even though I'd seen it coming, the final months were like standing in the middle of a slow-moving train wreck. I felt numb most days. I was tired of the city, the noise, the routines. I wanted to go somewhere quiet, somewhere simple, somewhere I wouldn't have to think too much. A buddy from work told me about this cabin his cousin had up north, near a lake in Minnesota. It was secluded, no neighbors, no towns close by. Just a small wooden cabin with a wood stove, an outhouse, and a dock leading out to a still lake. No Wi-Fi, no cell signal. Just what I was looking for. His cousin usually rented it out during the warmer months, but it was early April and still chilly up there. Not many people wanted to be in the woods when it was still half frozen outside. I jumped on it and transferred a few $100 through a Cash App. 2 days later, I packed my truck with some clothes, canned food, a few gallons of water, a small cooler, a fishing rod I never used, and a rifle my dad gave me years ago, just in case. The drive was long, about 10 hours. The last 2 were the hardest. No gas stations, no rest stops, just pine trees and winding roads that got narrower the deeper I went. Patches of snow were still clinging to the shady sides of ditches, and small sheets of ice floated along the edge of the lakes I passed. The air was cold but smelled like pine and clean water, which was a welcome change from car exhaust and concrete. When I pulled up to the cabin, I killed the engine and just sat there for a few minutes. It was exactly what I wanted. The cabin was small, maybe 20 by 20 feet, with a short covered porch out front and a rusty metal chimney poking out from the roof. A stack of chopped firewood was leaning against one side, though it looked like no one had been up there in months. The lake was about 50 yards away, visible through the trees. The surface looked calm and dark. There was a long wooden dock sticking out into it, a little crooked, with one missing plank about halfway down. I grabbed my bag and let myself inside. The place smelled like old wood and dust. It had a single room, just a bed, a wood stove, a little counter with a propane burner, and a table with 2 chairs. Everything creaked when I walked on it. There was a small oil lantern on the table and a box of matches beside it. I unpacked, lit a small fire, and cracked open a can of chili. That first night was uneventful. I didn't even need the rifle. I ate, read a few chapters of an old paperback I found on the shelf, and went to bed wrapped in my sleeping bag and an extra wool blanket I brought. The wind outside knocked lightly against the windows, but it was peaceful. I fell asleep thinking I should have done this a long time ago. The next day, I did a bit of walking around. There was an old trail behind the cabin that led up a hill. I followed it for maybe a mile, just enough to get my legs moving. The air was still cold, but the sun had come out. The ice on the lake had thinned, and the wind was picking up. I cast my line into the water a few times, but didn't catch anything. I didn't really care. I wasn't up there to fish. I was just glad I couldn't hear any cars or sirens. That night was the first time I heard it. I'd gone to bed early. The sun sets faster when you're out in the woods, and without a phone or internet, you lose track of time. I must have been asleep for a few hours when I woke up to a sound I couldn't place. It was a steady, slow knocking. At first, I thought it was the wind tapping a branch against the cabin. But when I listened closer, I realized it was too regular, too spaced out. It was 3 knocks, slow, solid ones, on the side of the cabin near the back. I didn't move right away. I lay there in the dark, eyes wide, trying to convince myself it was nothing. Then it happened again. 3 more knocks, not loud but deliberate, like someone using the side of their fist to rap on the wall. I sat up slowly, heart pounding. I reached over to the lantern and lit it. The cabin glowed in soft yellow light. I grabbed the rifle and tiptoed to the window. The trees outside didn't move much. It wasn't windy. I stood there for a full minute watching. Nothing. Then, another knock, this time on the wall behind the bed. I spun around, gripping the rifle hard. I didn't say anything, just waited. I couldn't see out the back wall. There were no windows on that side. I moved to the door and slowly opened it. The cold air hit my face like a slap. I stepped out onto the porch, every board creaking under my feet. My breath came out in white clouds. I walked around the side of the cabin, rifle ready, listening for footsteps or rustling. Nothing. The ground was hard and still frozen in some spots, so no footprints. After checking all 4 sides, I went back inside, locked the door, and sat in the chair next to the stove. I stayed up the rest of the night. No more knocks came. The next morning, I walked around the cabin again. There were no tracks, no signs of anything, not even animals. I figured maybe it was a branch after all, or maybe the cabin settling. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that it wasn't normal. That day was colder. The clouds rolled in, and by noon it started snowing. Just a light dusting, but enough to make the place feel even more isolated. I stayed inside most of the day, just adding wood to the fire, reading, and writing in a small notebook I brought with me. That night, I stayed awake longer. I didn't want to be caught off guard again. I kept the lantern lit and sat at the table, rifle leaning against the wall within reach. Midnight came and went. I started to doze off in the chair. Then the knocking started again. This time it was louder. Same pattern, 3 knocks, but faster. Not frantic, but firm. From the back wall again. I stood up slowly, grabbed the rifle, and waited. I didn't go outside this time. I just listened. About 2 minutes passed, and the knocks moved. First to the side wall near the stove, then to the front right next to the door. Always 3 knocks, always slow and spaced out. I didn't sleep that night either. When morning came, I was exhausted. I opened the door and saw fresh snow had fallen overnight. I looked for tracks. There were none, not even mine from the day before. It was like the snow had erased everything. That should have made me feel better. Didn't. The rest of that day passed in a blur. I kept thinking maybe someone was messing with me, maybe a local who knew the place was empty most of the year. But that didn't sit right. There were no tire tracks.
No boot prints.
No reason for someone to hike out to the middle of nowhere just to knock on the walls of a stranger's cabin. By the 4th night, I was on edge. I kept the fire going high. I didn't even try to sleep. I just sat there, eyes on the walls, waiting. Sure enough, around 2 a.m., it started again. This time it was faster. 3 knocks, then a pause, then 3 more. It moved quicker now, circling the cabin wall to wall. I kept thinking I'd catch something in the window, a shadow, a figure, but there was nothing, just the knocks. I stayed until morning, then packed my bag. I was done. I didn't care if I'd paid for a full week. I needed to leave. Something about the place felt wrong. Not haunted, just wrong, like I was being watched. I loaded the truck and drove off without even cleaning up. I drove straight through the day, only stopping for gas. When I got back home, I tried to explain it to a friend, but I could tell he didn't really believe me. I didn't blame him. If someone told me that story, I'd think they were just tired or stressed, maybe hearing things. But I know what I heard, and I know what I didn't see. I called the guy I rented it from, just to let him know I left early. He sounded surprised, said no one else had ever complained before, that it was a quiet, peaceful place. I told him he might want to visit it himself, maybe check around the property. He laughed it off and said he'd go up there in a few weeks when it warmed up. That was 2 years ago. A few months later, I ran into my friend from work who first told me about the cabin. He looked pale, said his cousin went up there in early summer to do some repairs. The place had been broken into, not damaged, just weird stuff. Tools moved around, food missing, scratches on the back wall. Deep ones, like from a knife or something sharper. No one found tracks, no signs of animals, just those marks. I don't know who or what was out there, but I haven't gone back to the woods since. I still think about the knocking, especially late at night when my apartment is quiet. It's not fear anymore, not exactly. It's more like a reminder. Some places aren't meant to be stayed in. Not for long. Not alone. And if you ever do find yourself in a cabin way out in the middle of nowhere, and you hear something knocking on the wall in the middle of the night, don't answer it. Don't even look. Just leave. Because some things knock not to be let in, but to see if you'll come out. It was October 2012 when I rented the cabin. I was 37 years old, working a desk job I hated in Louisville, Kentucky. The kind of job that wears you down one slow day at a time. I'd been with the same company for almost a decade, managing account data, reviewing spreadsheets, and spending most of my days looking forward to lunch breaks or the clock striking 5. I didn't hate my life, not really, but I wasn't excited about it either. The stress had been building. Sleepless nights, constant pressure. I hadn't taken real time off in over a year. My boss didn't say anything, but I could tell he noticed my attention slipping. So when I found a listing for a quiet cabin deep in southern Indiana, I booked it without thinking much. It was cheap, isolated, and available for the entire weekend. That was all I cared about. I packed light, just a duffel bag with clothes, a cooler full of easy food, my phone, a flashlight, a book, and a camping stove, even though the listing said the cabin had a basic kitchen. The idea was simple: unplug, unwind, get away from people. I didn't want to talk to anyone. I didn't even tell many people where I was going. Just left a note on my fridge for my neighbor and told my sister I'd be out of town with bad service. The drive took about 3 hours. It was all back roads and narrow highways once I left Louisville. The trees were already changing, mostly orange and deep red, and the air had that dry, cold bite to it. I stopped once for gas, then kept going until my GPS gave up completely about 6 miles from the cabin. After that, I used the written directions the owner emailed me. A right at a broken fence post, then 2 miles on a gravel road, and finally a left onto a barely there dirt path that wound through thick woods. That last mile felt longer than it was. The cabin looked older in person. 2 stories, dark-stained wood, the kind of place that looked like it had stood there for 100 years. The porch sagged in the middle, the windows were foggy, and the door creaked so loudly I thought something broke. But inside, it wasn't too bad. Dusty, yeah, and everything smelled like old wood and maybe mice, but it was warm and dry. There was a propane heater in the corner, a tiny bathroom with running water, and a bed upstairs that didn't look like it had been used in a while. It was enough. I spent the first evening settling in. I boiled water for instant noodles, read a few pages of a book I'd brought, and sat on the porch with a beer until the cold pushed me back inside. I didn't have cell signal. No Wi-Fi, no bars, nothing. That was expected. I figured I'd enjoy the quiet, but something about the silence out there wasn't peaceful. It was thick, total, like being sealed in a box with the lid shut. I slept okay that first night. Not great, not terrible. The mattress creaked every time I moved, and I woke up a few times thinking I'd heard something downstairs, but it was probably just the wind or the cabin settling. That's what I told myself. The next morning, I got up early, made some coffee on the stove, and sat on the porch again, watching a squirrel pick at something in the leaves. There was nothing to do and nowhere to go, which was exactly the point. Around noon, I went for a walk through the woods behind the cabin. There wasn't a trail or anything, but I stayed close. The trees grew thick and close together, but the ground was mostly clear. Just crunchy dead leaves, mossy rocks, and fallen branches. I didn't go more than a half mile before I turned around. I'm not a woodsman. I didn't want to get lost. When I got back to the cabin, something felt off. I checked my bag, looked around inside, and even went out to look at my car. Nothing was missing, but the door was open just a crack. I knew I'd shut it. I'd even locked it. I remember jiggling the knob after I closed it. But I told myself maybe I didn't do it all the way. Maybe the wind blew it open. It hadn't rained, and nothing looked touched, so I let it go. That evening, I started a fire in the little stone fire pit beside the porch. I cooked a couple hot dogs, drank another beer, and tried to enjoy the quiet again. But that feeling of something being off kept growing. I kept glancing over my shoulder at the woods. I felt watched, not constantly, but every now and then, a strong urge to turn and look. The feeling would pass and I'd feel stupid for being nervous. But it came back, over and over. That night, I barely slept. I kept hearing noises, branches snapping, what sounded like footsteps outside. Not animals. Too heavy, too slow. I got up and shined my flashlight through the window a few times, but the beam just disappeared into the black. Around 3 a.m., I heard something tap against the back wall. Once, then nothing. I laid in bed, heart pounding, too scared to move. Eventually, I fell asleep just from sheer exhaustion. The next morning, I found footprints in the dirt behind the cabin. Not animal tracks, boots, human. They weren't mine. Too big, wider than mine, and they came from the woods and circled the cabin once before heading back the way they came. My stomach dropped. I walked the whole perimeter, looking for anything else, and found nothing else disturbed. Just those prints. I wanted to leave, but the road was rough and my gas was low. I told myself I'd go first thing in the morning. It was my last night anyway. That day, I stayed inside. I kept the heater on and stayed near the door. I checked the locks a dozen times. Every little creak of the floor made me freeze. When the wind blew, it made the walls groan. At one point, I was sure I heard someone outside coughing. Just a short burst, raspy and low, and then it stopped. I didn't look. I didn't want to see. I didn't start a fire that night. I turned off the lights early and lay in bed fully clothed, boots on, flashlight in one hand, a kitchen knife in the other. I must have drifted off at some point because I woke up around 1:30 a.m. to the sound of the door handle rattling. It wasn't loud. It was slow. Someone trying the knob gently, like they didn't want to make noise. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. I listened. The handle rattled again. Then nothing. 10 minutes passed. Then 20. I got up slowly, walked to the window, and peeked through the corner of the curtain. There was a man standing near the tree line, just barely in the moonlight. Tall, wearing a hooded jacket. Not moving, just standing, watching. I couldn't see his face. He was maybe 50 feet from the cabin, far enough that I couldn't make out details, but close enough that he had to know I was watching him back. I stood there for what felt like 10 minutes. He never moved, never looked away, just stood. Then he turned and walked into the woods. I didn't sleep after that. I sat on the floor with my back against the bed and the knife in my lap. The flashlight was already starting to dim. As soon as the sky turned gray, I was out the door. I didn't eat, didn't pack. I threw everything into the car, started the engine, and reversed so fast I almost slid into a ditch. I didn't care. I just needed to get out of there. On the drive back, I kept checking the rearview mirror. I didn't stop until I hit a gas station with full bars on my phone. I called my sister, told her I was coming home early, didn't explain why. I didn't even tell her about the man. I didn't tell anyone. Not for a long time. The next day, I looked up reports of break-ins or sightings near that area. Nothing came up. I never reported it. What would I say? A man stood in the woods and stared at me? I sometimes think about who he was, what he wanted. Maybe he was just a local, maybe a hunter or someone living rough out there. Maybe he was just curious. Or maybe he waited until cabins like that one were occupied by people who didn't ask too many questions and didn't have anyone expecting them. I don't know, but I never rented a cabin again after that. I never went back to Indiana. That weekend was supposed to be quiet, peaceful, just me and the woods. Instead, it felt like I barely got away. And the worst part is knowing that he never really did anything. He never broke in, never said a word. He didn't have to. Just standing there was enough. And I still see him sometimes in my sleep, right at the edge of the trees, waiting. But now I keep my doors double locked. I don't go on trips alone. And I never, ever leave the curtains open. I was 33 when I decided to take a break from everything. I had been working nonstop at a small metal fabrication plant outside of Cincinnati. Long shifts, overtime, loud machines, the smell of hot steel in the air. My ears rang constantly from the noise. I barely slept. I was tired all the time. That kind of tired that doesn't go away no matter how long you sleep. The kind that lives deep in your chest. I wasn't even thinking clearly anymore. I made mistakes at work, missed small details I wouldn't have before, so I decided to get away. I didn't want to go far. I didn't want some expensive vacation either. I just wanted quiet. I looked up cabin rentals around southern Ohio and northern Kentucky and found a small listing posted by a retired couple in a quiet wooded part of Kentucky. It was down near the Daniel Boone National Forest, near a place called Moorhead. The listing had only 2 pictures. A basic wooden cabin and the view out front, nothing fancy, but it looked like what I needed. No other cabins nearby, deep in the woods, no cell service. That sounded like heaven to me. The couple said they used to stay there when they were younger but had moved to town and now rented it out to help cover property taxes. I packed light, just a few clothes, some food, a cooler of water, and a couple books. I didn't even bring my laptop. The idea was to unplug, clear my head. I drove out early Friday morning in late October. The leaves were changing. Orange, yellow, some deep red. The drive took longer than expected. Winding roads, poor signs, and the GPS on my phone cut out about 10 miles from the place. I had to go by memory and landmarks from the directions I printed out. I almost missed the turn. The little gravel road was overgrown and narrow, with only a faded wooden post that said Birch Hollow Road. I drove maybe a mile down the gravel road before I saw the cabin. It sat back in a small clearing, surrounded by tall trees. It was quiet. No cars, no people, no sound except the occasional gust of wind and leaves brushing against the roof. The cabin itself was older than I expected, not falling apart, but definitely not updated. The wooden steps creaked, and the boards were rough underfoot. There was a small porch, a single rocking chair, and a dead lantern hanging by the door. I unlocked the place with the key left under a flower pot, as the couple had told me in the email. Inside was simple. One main room with a couch, a small wood-burning stove, and a table with 2 chairs. A narrow hallway led to a single bedroom and a tiny bathroom. No TV, no radio, just quiet. I unpacked, put the food in the small propane fridge, and sat outside on the porch for a while. It was almost too quiet at first. I could hear myself breathe. I could hear the creaks of the porch boards even when I wasn't moving. That first night was peaceful. I made a small fire in the stove, cooked a simple dinner, read a few chapters of an old paperback, then went to bed. I slept heavier than I had in months. No machines, no alarms, just wind in the trees and the creaking of the cabin. I didn't even wake once. The next morning, I woke up just after sunrise. I made coffee with the old stovetop percolator and sat on the porch wrapped in a blanket. The air was cold and sharp, but I liked it, the kind of cold that makes you feel awake. I decided to walk a bit into the woods that day, just explore a little. I didn't go far, maybe a mile in, following a dry creek bed downhill. The woods were beautiful. Thick trees, fallen logs covered in moss, old leaves crackling under my boots. I found a few deer tracks, a raccoon skull, nothing unusual. I made it back before noon and spent most of the afternoon sitting outside, writing in a notebook and thinking. It was the first time in a long time I felt like I had real thoughts again. That second night, things started to feel a little off. I heard something in the woods right after I went to bed. Not close, but not far either. It wasn't an animal sound, not like a coyote or raccoon. It sounded like a person stepping on twigs. Slow, careful footsteps. They came from the back side of the cabin, where the woods thickened fast. I froze in bed and held my breath, listening. The steps stopped after a minute or so. I waited, then got up and checked the window. I couldn't see anything in the dark. There was no porch light. I stood there staring out for a long time, then finally went back to bed. I told myself it could have been a deer or a bear. That's all. The next day, I stayed closer to the cabin. I cut up some fallen branches for the stove, cleaned out the ashes, organized some old tools I found in the shed out back. The shed was mostly empty, just a rusted axe, a few broken rakes, and some empty containers stacked in the corner. It smelled like old gasoline and wet leaves. Still, it felt good to keep busy. I didn't hear anything strange that afternoon, but that night, I woke up around 2 in the morning. Not from a sound, from a feeling, like something wasn't right. It was pitch black inside. I listened. First, there was nothing. Then I heard the steps again, this time closer, right outside the cabin. I could hear them on the gravel. Crunch, crunch, then silence, then one more step. I didn't move. I barely breathed. The stove had gone cold. It was freezing in the room. I pulled the blanket up to my chin and stared at the ceiling. A minute passed, 2. Then I heard the creak of a floorboard outside on the porch. I knew that sound. It was different than the gravel. Someone was on the porch, standing there. They didn't knock. They didn't try the door. They just stood there. I don't know for how long. I kept thinking they were going to bang on the wall or jiggle the doorknob, but they didn't. Eventually, I must have fallen asleep from pure exhaustion, still frozen in that position. When I woke up in the morning, the porch was empty. The woods looked normal. Nothing was disturbed. I walked around the cabin. There were no footprints. The gravel was disturbed a little, but it could have been mine from the day before. Still, I knew what I heard. I didn't imagine it. I didn't want to leave just yet. I had driven so far, and part of me still believed I was overthinking it. Maybe someone just got lost in the woods. Maybe it was nothing. I decided to stay one more night, but I kept the axe from the shed beside the bed, just in case. That evening, I noticed something weird out back. About 30 yards into the woods, there was a small pile of rocks stacked carefully into a cone, maybe 2 feet high. I hadn't seen it before. It didn't look natural. Someone had placed them that way. I walked out to it and looked closer. The rocks were clean, not like the ones in the creek. Each was about the size of a baseball. Some had scratches on them, like they'd been scraped together or hit with something. I didn't touch the pile. I just stood there for a while and stared at it, then walked back to the cabin. That night, I barely slept. I kept the stove going as long as I could. I left the axe by the door. I even pushed one of the chairs under the doorknob. Nothing happened for most of the night. No footsteps, no sounds. I started to believe maybe I was just nervous and hearing things before. Then just before dawn, I heard something behind the cabin. It wasn't footsteps this time. It was metal, like a shovel hitting something solid. Once, then again, then scraping. I got up and stood by the back window. It was still dark, but I could see movement. Person, alone, dressed in dark clothing. They were digging, slowly, carefully, about 10 feet from the edge of the tree line. I couldn't make out their face. They kept their head down. They dug for about 5 minutes, then stopped. They stood up straight, turned toward the cabin, and just stood there. They didn't move. I stepped back from the window. My heart was pounding. I didn't know if they saw me or not. I waited, but when I looked again, they were gone. I didn't hear them leave. They just weren't there anymore. I packed my things that morning. I left food behind. I left books. I didn't care. I didn't even lock the cabin. I drove out fast, tires skidding on the gravel, heart hammering in my chest. I didn't report it. What would I say? Someone dug a hole in the woods? No crime had been committed. No proof. Just footsteps and shadows and sounds. 2 weeks later, I looked up the area out of curiosity. I found a news story from 2 years earlier. A local man had gone missing while hunting in that same part of the forest. His truck was found parked at a trailhead not far from Birch Hollow Road. They never found his body. Sometimes, late at night, I think about that hole behind the cabin. I think about that pile of rocks, about what might be buried out there. I think about how the person didn't knock, how they didn't try to break in. They didn't need to. They just needed to let me know they were there. I never went back to the woods after that. I moved to a small apartment in town, found a job that doesn't keep me up at night. But sometimes, I wake up from a deep sleep and feel that same cold in my chest, like something's watching, like someone standing just outside, on the porch, waiting. I was 36 that summer, worn out from work and feeling like life was passing me by. I'd been in construction for over a decade, working long days, drinking too much cheap coffee, and sleeping too little. I was living in Fayetteville, Arkansas, and after a bad breakup, a stack of overtime hours, and 3 funerals in 1 year, I finally told my boss I needed a break. I didn't ask for time off. I told him I was taking it, and I didn't wait to hear what he thought. I packed up my old Chevy truck, threw a cooler in the back seat, and headed north. I had no big plan, just a cabin rental app and a week's worth of groceries. I ended up booking this place called Bear Ridge Cabin. It was up in the Ozarks, about 20 miles from Jasper. The listing said it was quiet, deep in the hills, and had no cell service. Perfect. The photos showed a plain wooden cabin with a small front porch and an outhouse out back. No fancy hot tub, no Wi-Fi, no TV. That was what I wanted. Just space, trees, quiet. I got there on a Tuesday afternoon in July. The drive-in was long and rough. The last 8 miles were a single-lane dirt road that snaked through the hills. My truck rattled the whole way. I passed one beat-up trailer a few miles back, then nothing but trees. The cabin sat in a little clearing, surrounded by tall pines and thick brush. No neighbors, just woods. The cabin itself was even smaller than the pictures showed. It was just one room inside. Wood walls, a twin bed in the corner, a little table with 2 chairs, and a rusty propane stove. There was a hand pump in the yard for water, and the outhouse sat about 40 yards behind the cabin, hidden partly by trees. I unpacked, tossed my cooler in the corner, cracked a beer, and sat on the porch with my boots off. For the first time in a long time, I could hear myself think. The first 2 days were uneventful. I read a paperback I'd brought. I fished at a little creek I found while wandering. I didn't see a single person, and that was fine by me. At night, I listened to the insects and the wind moving through the trees. I slept better than I had in months. Felt like I was finally peeling the noise of the world off my skin. On the 3rd day, Thursday, things started to shift. That morning, I noticed a trail I hadn't seen before. It was narrow and overgrown, starting just past the outhouse and curving into the woods. I could have sworn it hadn't been there earlier in the week, but maybe I just missed it. I'd been trying to stay close to the cabin the first few days. Something about the way the woods felt, too quiet like the birds were watching, kept me from going too far in. But that morning, with the sun shining and my legs restless, I decided to follow the trail. I didn't bring much, just a pocket knife, my water bottle, and a granola bar. I figured I'd walk a mile or 2, then turn back. The trail was rough and narrow, barely visible in spots. Branches slapped at my arms. The trees got thicker the deeper I went. After about 20 minutes of walking, I started seeing trash. Not old beer cans or chip bags, this was stranger. A broken shoelace tied to a tree, a cracked plastic cup, a single glove stuck on a branch. All spaced out like someone had been leaving a trail, but they weren't fresh. They looked sun-faded and dirty, like they'd been there a while. I should have turned back, but I didn't. Something in me, the same dumb part that always said just a little farther on every trail, wanted to know where it led. About an hour in, I found something that stopped me cold. A campsite, or what used to be one. There was a torn-up tent, half collapsed with mold on the fabric. A burnt-out fire pit filled with rainwater and soggy ash. An old backpack with a busted zipper. It didn't look ransacked or attacked, just abandoned. I stood there a while, listening. Nothing but trees creaking and insects buzzing. But I felt eyes on me. I didn't see anyone. I didn't hear a thing. But I knew I wasn't alone. That kind of gut-deep knowing that makes the hair on your arms lift up. I turned around and started walking back. Not running, just moving fast and quiet. But the woods didn't look the same on the way back. The trail was harder to follow. At one point, I hit a split that I didn't remember, and I picked left by instinct. Big mistake. I walked another 20 minutes and ended up in a gully filled with deadfall and thick underbrush. No sign of the trail. I stood still, heart pounding, trying to figure out where I'd gone wrong. Then I heard something behind me, just a twig snap, but it wasn't a deer. It wasn't a squirrel. It was heavy, a step. I didn't look. I just moved, quiet and steady. I found the trail again maybe 10 minutes later and didn't stop until I saw the outhouse through the trees. I got back to the cabin sweating, breathing hard, my shirt stuck to my back. I locked the door and didn't go back outside the rest of the day. That night, I didn't sleep. I sat by the window listening. The woods were too quiet again. Even the crickets were gone. Around midnight, I heard something moving just past the trees. Not fast, slow, crunching leaves, circling. I turned off the lamp and sat in the dark. I couldn't see anything, but I knew something was out there. The next morning, I checked the dirt around the cabin. There were boot prints, big ones, maybe size 12 or 13, deep like someone heavy. They circled the cabin twice. Then they went off toward the outhouse trail. I followed them partway, but they vanished in the grass before the tree line. I wanted to leave right then, but the road back down the hill was rough, and the sky looked like a storm was rolling in. I decided I'd leave at first light the next day. I spent the whole day inside with the door locked, knife in hand. Every sound made me jump. Around dusk, I noticed something taped to the door. A strip of duct tape, maybe 6 inches long, folded over at the top, like a marker. I pulled it off and tossed it, but my nerves were shot. That night, the footsteps came back. Slower this time, closer. I didn't look out the window. I didn't move. At one point, I swear I heard someone breathing outside the wall. By morning, I was done. I packed my stuff, didn't bother with breakfast, and loaded the truck. The sky was gray, the wind was sharp, and the air smelled like rain. I backed out of the clearing and headed for the road. That's when I noticed the tire tracks. They weren't mine. I checked. Mine came in from the east. These were newer, fresher, coming in from the south. Deep ruts like a truck or SUV. Someone else had been there. Recently, I drove faster than I should have, bumping and sliding down the dirt road, heart in my throat. When I got to the paved road, I didn't stop. I drove straight to Jasper, pulled into the gas station, and just sat in the lot for a while, catching my breath. I told myself I was imagining things. I didn't call the cops. What would I say? Someone walked around my cabin? But I knew what I saw. The prints, the campsite, the footsteps, the taped door. Someone was out there, watching, waiting. Back in Fayetteville, I spent the next week barely sleeping. I kept thinking about that trail, that abandoned tent. I even went online and looked up missing persons in Newton County. I found a listing for a man who'd gone hiking in the Ozarks 3 years ago and never came back. His last known location? Bear Ridge. The name punched me in the gut. I didn't tell anyone about what happened. I couldn't explain it without sounding crazy. But I knew. Someone was living out there. Not camping. Living. Watching the trails. Watching the cabins. That was 2 years ago. I haven't been camping since. I still hike sometimes, but only on well-marked trails with crowds nearby. I haven't been alone in the woods since Bear Ridge. I won't be. Not again. Because here's the part that stays with me. More than the prints, more than the breathing outside the wall. On the last night, just before sunrise, I finally peeked out the front window. Just once. And I saw something sitting in the dirt, right in front of the cabin. A chair. A folding camping chair. It hadn't been there the day before. And in that chair, facing the cabin, was a full bottle of water, still sealed. Like someone had been sitting there, watching me sleep, and they wanted me to know it. I was 37 when I decided to take a break from everything. It had been a long few years, mostly filled with work stress and a feeling that I couldn't shake. Like I was slowly getting buried under the noise of everyday life. My job in St. Louis had become more draining than it used to be. I was divorced, my daughter had just left for college, and I didn't really have anyone waiting for me at home anymore. That silence started to feel louder than anything else in my life. I'd been holding on to some unused vacation time, so I finally told myself I'd take a week and just go somewhere quiet. No phone, no emails, no neighbors walking by my apartment window. I didn't want beaches or hotels. I wanted woods, stillness, someplace I could hear myself think again. I found the listing online for a small cabin up north in Minnesota, not far from a place called Hobson Lake. The pictures weren't anything amazing, just a simple single-story wooden cabin tucked near the treeline. No TV, no internet, and only basic electricity from a small generator. It was owned by an older guy who'd inherited it from his uncle, and it had been used off and on for hunting or winter stays. It looked like exactly what I needed. I booked it for 8 days and drove up in mid-September. The leaves were just starting to change, and the air had that early crispness that makes your lungs feel cleaner. The drive was long, about 10 hours, and once I got off the highway, I was on dirt roads for almost an hour before I saw the narrow driveway that curved into the woods toward the cabin. I passed maybe one house along the way. After that, it was just trees. The cabin sat about 70 yards back from the lake. You couldn't see the water from the front porch, but there was a rough trail that led down to a clearing by the shore. I liked that. I didn't want to hear boats or see tourists. I just wanted to breathe for once. The place looked a little more run down than the photos, but it was still solid. Inside, there was a wood stove, a small table with 2 chairs, an old armchair, and a narrow bed with a basic mattress. There was a generator shed around back with some spare fuel, and an outhouse about 30 feet from the back porch. I spent that first day settling in. I brought up food in a cooler with ice packs and some dry goods. I boiled water from jugs I brought with me. I lit the place with a lantern after dark and went to bed early. The silence was so deep it almost had a sound of its own. It made me realize how loud the world normally is. For the first 2 days, I just hiked, read, and sat around the lake. There was nobody else out there. I didn't see any other people or hear anything that made me think someone else was nearby. I liked it. I didn't feel lonely out there. At least not at first. I felt like I could finally breathe. There was a strange comfort in knowing no one could find me unless they really tried. I didn't have to talk to anyone. I didn't have to pretend I was okay. On the third morning, I woke up to the sound of something snapping outside. A loud crack, like a branch breaking under weight. It wasn't close, maybe 30 or 40 yards from the cabin, but it was enough to wake me. I lay there listening. I figured it was probably a deer, maybe a bear. I had bear spray and a small hunting knife, but I didn't bring a gun. I don't really like guns. I figured if I just kept food sealed and didn't do anything stupid, I'd be fine. That day, I found something weird on the path down to the lake. There was a spot where a section of moss and dirt had been disturbed. It looked like something had kicked or dug at it. I figured it was an animal at first, but then I saw what looked like a shoe print. Not a boot, but a regular tennis shoe. I stared at it for a long time. Could have been old. Maybe someone else had been out there weeks ago. But it didn't look weathered. It looked fresh, and I hadn't seen anyone. I told myself I was just being jumpy. That night, I didn't sleep great. I kept thinking I heard something moving outside. Small sounds like snapping twigs or leaves being stepped on. Every time I sat up and listened, it stopped. I told myself it was animals. I didn't look outside. I didn't want to. The cabin windows didn't have curtains, just some old blinds that barely closed all the way, and I didn't want to stare into darkness and see something looking back. The next morning, I found a rock on the porch, just sitting there, about the size of a baseball. I hadn't put it there. I checked the woods around the cabin, but I didn't see anyone. I stood there for maybe 10 minutes, just scanning the trees. It was quiet, still, but my stomach felt tight. That day, I hiked further down the lake, past the usual trail I'd been using. There was a ridge that looked out over the water, and I wanted to get a better view. It took about an hour, and once I was up there, I sat for a while. The view was perfect. Trees stretching out in every direction, the water flat and dark like glass. I almost forgot how on edge I'd been. Then I saw it. Way off, almost on the opposite side of the lake, something moved through the trees. Just a flash of motion, too far to make out details. Could have been a person. Could have been anything, but it moved like someone walking, not like an animal. I froze. I watched for 20 minutes but didn't see it again. I hiked back quickly, and when I got to the cabin, everything was how I left it. But that night, the sounds started again. More movement outside. This time I thought I heard a soft knock on the back wall. I didn't get up. I didn't even breathe loud. I just waited for the sun to come up. In the morning, I found another rock, smaller this time, sitting on the wood pile near the back porch. I was done pretending it was animals. I checked the generator shed and saw that one of the fuel cans had been moved, just shifted a few feet to the left. It hadn't been like that the day before. I knew it. I stood there for a long time trying to figure out what to do. I didn't have cell signal. My phone was dead, anyway. I hadn't even been using it. I told myself I'd stay one more night, just to see if it was all in my head. I regretted that. That night, I barely slept at all. Around 1 a.m., I heard footsteps. Real footsteps. Slow and steady, crunching leaves outside. They circled the cabin once. Then again. I stayed completely still, heart pounding so hard I thought it might explode. There was no doubt in my mind it was a person. The steps stopped at the front door. Then a tap. Just one. Light. Deliberate. I didn't move. I stayed frozen in that bed until the sun came up. When I finally opened the door, there was nothing there. No rocks. No footprints I could see. But I packed my things in 10 minutes. I shoved food into a bag, dumped water from my jug into a bottle, and started the car. I didn't care how much time I had left on the rental. I was leaving. About half a mile down the dirt road, I had to slow down. There was something in the road, a shirt, just laid out across the dirt. Clean, folded. I drove around it without stopping. I kept looking in my rearview mirror. I didn't see anyone, but I felt watched. I got back to town a few hours later and checked into a cheap motel. I stayed there 2 nights before driving home. I didn't tell anyone what happened. Not at first. I couldn't explain it right. There was no proof, no photos, no injuries. Just a week that started peaceful and ended with me scared to breathe. Weeks later, I read an old news article online. Just something I found when I searched Hobson Lake out of curiosity. There'd been a missing person case from 5 years earlier. A solo Iker, male, mid-30s, last seen headed up toward Hobson Lake. No body found. Only clue was his car, parked near the trail. They never solved it. I haven't gone back into the woods since. I don't know what I saw or who was out there, or why they were leaving rocks on my porch. But I know one thing for sure. There was someone out there, and they wanted me to know it. I'm back in the city now. Life is normal again. People, traffic, phones, noise, but I still lock every door. I check windows twice, and I never, ever ignore strange sounds outside, because I know how fast peace can turn into fear. And I know that somewhere, deep in the trees around Hobson Lake, someone is still there, waiting, watching. I was 32 years old when I rented that cabin, just outside a small town in western Montana. It was 2021. The past couple of years had been rough, and I felt like I needed to disconnect for a while. I had quit my job in Billings after working long hours for nearly 6 straight years without a real break. I had some savings, and for once I wanted peace. I wanted to be alone and just think, maybe figure out what to do next. I looked online for remote cabin rentals and found one that seemed perfect. The ad was simple. Cabin tucked deep in forest, complete privacy, no neighbors, no cell signal, generator powered, 1 week minimum. That sounded like exactly what I needed. I paid for 10 days. It was mid-September when I drove up there. The skies were clear, the mornings cool, and the leaves had just started changing color. I took my old Ford Escape and packed it full. I brought extra water, a cooler of food, propane, batteries, and even a backup charger for the generator just in case. I wasn't an outdoors expert, but I wasn't helpless either. I liked being prepared. The drive took longer than I thought. After leaving the main road, I followed an old gravel path through the woods for over 30 minutes. The trees were thick, and the deeper I went, the more overgrown things looked. I passed a small rusted sign nailed to a tree that read, "Private Drive, Tenants Only," and just after that, I found the place. The cabin was about what I expected. Wooden siding, a tin roof, a wraparound porch, and one of those tall, old-fashioned antennas sticking off the side. It had a shed nearby with a big red gas generator, which was already running when I got there. I figured the rental owner had come up earlier to set things up. I parked right in front of the porch, unloaded everything, and walked around to get a feel for the layout. The cabin sat in a clearing maybe 50 yards wide, surrounded on all sides by pine forest. No nearby houses, no visible trails. Just quiet. The inside was simple. 1 bedroom, 1 small bathroom, a living area with a fireplace, and a kitchen with a propane stove. The fridge ran off the generator. There were solar-powered lights inside, plus some battery lanterns for backup. It was rustic but clean. A few framed photos of mountains hung on the walls. A hunting knife lay in a wooden holder by the back window, and I noticed there were a few shotgun shells in a bowl on the counter, but no gun. I settled in fast. For the first couple of days, everything was peaceful. I made coffee each morning and sat on the porch wrapped in a blanket, watching the fog drift between the trees. I took short walks during the afternoon and tried to clear my head. I kept a journal, wrote down random thoughts, and stayed mostly unplugged. No phone signal, just like the ad said. I turned off the generator during the day and used the lanterns at night to save fuel. But by the 3rd night, I started to feel something different. Something off. It started with the feeling that someone had been inside while I was out walking. Nothing was missing or out of place exactly, but the lid to my cooler was open and my flashlight, which I always kept by the bed, was sitting on the floor. I tried to write it off as just me being forgetful. Maybe I'd left the cooler lid open. Maybe the flashlight rolled off. I told myself to pay better attention. The next night, I made sure everything was where it belonged before I went to sleep. Flashlight on the bedside table. Cooler sealed and latched. Front and back doors locked. Around 3 a.m., I woke up in a sweat. No sounds had woken me. No dreams I could remember. But I was suddenly wide awake, heart pounding. I sat up and listened. The woods outside were dead quiet. No crickets, no wind. Just silence. I picked up the flashlight and walked to the front door. I didn't open it, just stood there listening. After maybe 10 minutes, I heard a soft thump from the back of the cabin. It sounded like something landing gently on the wooden porch behind the kitchen. I moved slowly across the living room to the back window, careful not to make the floor creak. I peeked through the edge of the curtain. There was nothing there. The back porch was empty. Still, I didn't sleep the rest of that night. The next morning, I checked around the outside of the cabin. No footprints, but there were scratches, thin, fresh marks on the wood railing of the back porch, like someone had dragged a knife or a nail along the surface. About knee-high. That night, I set up a small trap using a can of tuna and my phone's camera. I had one of those apps that records on motion detection, and I figured if something was coming up to the cabin, I'd catch it. But nothing showed. The video recorded nothing except darkness and a few bugs flying by the lens. Tuna can untouched. I decided maybe I was getting paranoid. I was alone in a cabin, far from people. My brain was probably making something out of nothing. I tried to shake it off and planned to hike a trail I had seen nearby. It was marked with a red ribbon on a tree, maybe a quarter-mile from the cabin. I followed it for a while, deeper into the forest. The trail wasn't well kept. It faded in and out and had fallen branches across it. But I kept going, curious. Eventually, I came to a small clearing where I found something strange. There was a pile of bones, deer, from the looks of it, arranged in a pattern. The skull sat on top, and the ribs had been laid out in a circle. No sign of a camp or tools or trash. Just bones, carefully arranged, like someone had taken their time with it. I didn't touch anything. I backed away and walked back to the cabin without stopping. That night, I didn't sleep at all. I kept the lights off and sat in the living room with the flashlight in my lap, listening. Around midnight, I heard movement again. This time it came from the front porch, soft, slow creaking of weight shifting on old wooden boards. Then silence. Then a light tap on the front window. I froze. The tap came again, just once. Then nothing. I didn't move. I didn't look. I just waited, gripping the flashlight so tight my knuckles hurt. Eventually, I must have dozed off sitting there. When I woke, it was morning, and everything was quiet again. I checked the front porch. More scratches. This time on the windowsill. I packed that day. I still had 3 days left on the rental, but I didn't care. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. I loaded the car by noon and went to start it. The engine clicked, but it didn't start. I tried again. Nothing. I opened the hood, checked the battery, the cables. Everything looked fine, but I'm not a mechanic. All I knew was the car was dead. Just like that. No warning. I sat behind the wheel, trying not to panic. I had no signal. The cabin didn't have a landline. I was stuck. I figured I'd wait until morning and then hike back down the road. It was long, but if I left early, I could make it out to the main road by afternoon. That night was the worst. The generator had been running for 2 hours when it suddenly cut off. The lights went out. The fridge went silent. I stepped outside with the flashlight and walked to the shed. The gas tank was full. The switch had been turned off. I know I hadn't done it. I turned it back on and ran back inside. I locked both doors, closed every curtain, and sat with my back against the wall. Flashlight pointed at the front door. Around 1 a.m., the generator died again. I didn't go back out. I stayed in the dark. The air inside the cabin got cold, and I could hear something moving in the woods. Slow, careful footsteps on dry leaves, moving in a circle around the clearing. Then they stopped. Then I heard breathing, right outside the back window. I didn't move. I didn't even blink. I just sat there in the dark, barely breathing. The sound stayed for maybe 2 minutes, then faded into the woods. I waited until morning. As soon as the sky turned gray, I grabbed a backpack with some water, food, and the flashlight, and I started hiking down the gravel road. I looked back once and saw the cabin still sitting there, perfectly still, perfectly quiet. The forest felt heavier that day. I walked for over 6 hours. My legs burned, and my feet were blistered, but I finally reached the edge of the property and got enough signal to call for help. A tow truck came out later that evening. The driver took one look at me, dirty, sweating, limping, and didn't ask a thing. He towed the car back to town and said the battery had been completely drained, like it had been connected to something overnight. I stayed in a motel that night. I didn't sleep. I kept the lights on and the chair pushed against the door. A few weeks later, I looked up the cabin's listing again. It was gone. No trace of it. I even called the rental site and asked. They said the owner had deactivated their profile.
No explanación.
I don't know who or what was out there with me. It wasn't ghosts or anything like that. It was something human. Someone watching, waiting, coming just close enough to scare me without doing anything worse. But it was enough. I never went back into the woods alone after that. Not ever. Sometimes I still dream about that tapping sound. The slow, careful knock on the glass. and I wake up in the dark, thinking I'm still sitting in that cabin,